The March 19th, 2026 meeting of the Mountain View Wisman Board of Trustees come to order. It is 6 p.m. We're meeting tonight in the boardroom at 1400 Montecito Avenue, Mountain View, California. This meeting is being broadcast live on YouTube, Zoom, and on MVWSD.org, and is being recorded. I'll now perform the roll call.
Bill Lambert.
Levin Conley. Anna Reed.
Lisa Henry.
Charles DeFazio. All members are present and a quorum is established. Next item will rise for the Pledge of Allegiance, led tonight by Castro Elementary. Thank you. Now, before we proceed with the agenda, I wish to remind all attendees that the board welcomes and encourages public participation. We ask that all speakers adhere to the decorum and time limits established by our bylaws. I'll allot time during each item for public comments as we see how many speakers we have. Next item of business is the approval of the meeting agenda. Are there any requests from the superintendent or board members to pull, reorder, or move items? Seeing none. Now open public comment for item 1C, approval of the agenda. If any members of the public in person wish to address the board, please turn in a speaker card. And if you're online, please use the raise hand function. I'll wait to see how many speakers we have and allocate time accordingly. See no one in person and no one online. Do I have a motion to approve the agenda?
I move that the board approve the agenda as presented.
Second.
All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? The motion passes unanimously. Now move on to item 2 on our agenda, the school showcase. Tonight we're very pleased to feature Mariano Castro Elementary. I'll call on Superintendent Baird to introduce our principal.
Yes, I want to say welcome to the students and parents of Castro Elementary, and welcome to Mr. Taylor, the principal. We're happy to have you.
Oh, great. I think Ms. Hausman's going to present. All right. So first up, I just want to start by connecting our plan, our showcase to the strategic plan 2027. So I'm going to present about our inclusive and welcome culture. Especially we're integrating consistent social emotional learning. And then part 2, I want to go ahead and do the next slide. Talk about effective and consistent instructional practices that meets the needs of all students. So I'll present a little bit about some of the instructional practices that we're doing at Castro that we think are leading to student success. So, all right, go ahead. So first I want to talk about the Castro Wellness Center. And so the Castro Wellness Center is a collaboration with the Santa Clara County Office of Education. We have a SCOE liaison that is working out of the Wellness Center, but we also collaborate with our school counselor. Our SCEFs and ARISs also partner along with it. And what it is throughout the day, it's a support system for students. And so students who maybe are dysregulated will come to the Wellness Center during unscheduled times. But we also, it's a place for recess and lunchtime activities that students can come to every day. And then it's a hub for Castro mental health collaboration. And so our school counselors, the Wellness Center, Pacific Clinics also support students throughout that. And then we are very fortunate this year. A lot of our parents volunteered during our monthly recess time, and they are able to do some activities during that time. Next slide. So one of the things that the Wellness Center does is it recruits students in 3rd through 5th grade to become wellness warriors. And the wellness warriors are nominated by their teachers to support our whole community in becoming kind, supporting students who may be lonely at recess. They come up with activities for the Wellness Center, things that would be interesting for the students. And then they also assist in making videos for our community during our Monday messages and when we do our different campaigns. Next slide. And so every month we have a monthly calendar of activities that happen in the Wellness Center. And so the students, it's published for the classroom so they can know when the activities are happening. And then at the end of each month, we welcome our parents in to volunteer during these activities. And so our Wellness Center also partners with the Kindness or the Wellness Warriors. And we do things like our Kindness Hall of Fame. We had a Perseverance Hall of Fame. And what it is throughout the month that we're celebrating, students are given tickets or caught being kind sort of tickets. And our first campaign was a kindness campaign, and almost every student was able to be caught being kind by an adult on campus. And we had a kindness party, which is really exciting. We also do things like scavenger hunts or extra assignments for different months. And so we had a Hispanic Heritage Month scavenger hunt. And then for this month, Women's History, students are asked to write an essay or create an art project about a woman that's important in their life. So we're doing those sort of things spearheaded through the Wellness Center. So these are just some pictures. So this is from Hispanic Heritage Month. We've got some students working on the scavenger hunt. You can go to the next one. This is a quick video. Recently, we had our kindness month in October, but then we noticed that when we looked at our data, during that month, we had the lowest number of student incidents. And so we brought it back in February, and we had about 2 or 3 weeks of caught being kind. And so all the students got a ticket, and then they were able to go into a raffle. And 7 students were chosen to pie me in the face. And then another 24 students had a pizza party. And so, yeah, it was fun. I hope so. This is just some pictures from our Kindness Hall of Fame party and our Perseverance party. There was karaoke in the Wellness Center. Kids had a really great time. You can see our parachute. It's a really great environment for the students. You can go to the next one. And then another thing, like I said, our parents come in on once a week. Generally, it's the end of the month. And so far, we've done some things tied to some of our days. So like we made papel picado and flores de papel for Hispanic Heritage Month, and our parents came in and they helped do that. We've done stress balls, and we're bringing back our stress jars this month. And then when we have testing, we'll be doing some stuff with that too. So go ahead. You can see some of the events. So you got the pumpkin decorating that we did with the parents. You can see the volunteers and the students having a blast. You can go more. This is from the Papel Picado event that we had parents and students are making. So it's a great environment. Love it. And then now I want to talk about our second initiative that we've been working on, which is our partnership with the AIM Institute. And that's our early reading success for schools. So I think there was like 7 or 8 schools in the nation that were chosen. And we were one of the schools that were chosen. And it focuses on 3 things. So comprehensive learning for teachers. It focuses on leadership implementation. And then the last piece is instructional coaching. Next slide, please. And so for the comprehensive learning for teachers, our K through T teachers, all of them received 20 hours of asynchronous learning, which was outside of the work day. So they did extra time to do that. And then we also had 4 hours where we met with the folks from AIMS and we discussed and made sure that we had a common understanding of what the learning was that we were doing. And then we also have 3 data dive sessions that we do with AIMS. We've done 2 of them. We're going to do the last one in May after our DIBBLES. And what we're looking at is our DIBBLES, which is our universal screening tool. Next. For me, it's a lot of extra hours. So I did all the things that the teachers are doing. So I'm doing those extra hours. But then I also have 25 sessions with folks from AIMS to talk about implementation. And making sure that we're leading all of our teachers in the right path. And so that's one of the things I'm doing. There's different implementation tools that we're using. Next slide. And then the thing that's probably the most impactful is that we also involve our instructional coach with it. And so they're facilitating teacher growth. So the teachers have learned the material. Our instructional coach is working with the teachers one-on-one in groups and giving them feedback on the instruction practices that they've been working for. Next slide. So in August through December, our main goal was to get everyone on the same page, make sure that we all understood early literacy really deeply. That includes me as a principal, making sure I understand what instruction practices look like that are effective and giving feedback to teachers. So I went in and observed and checked, are these present, which missing, so that we can start to make a plan. Teachers were examining their own practices and thinking about the things that they're currently doing and then the things that they need to change in that process. And then in that time, we also did some initial analysis of DIBELS. From January to the end of the year, our goal is really to refine the practices that we're doing. And so we analyzed the middle of the year DIBELS assessments. And from there, we were able to identify what the needs of the students were. And then in that process, we're refining some of the practices to make sure that we're making growth with the students. What we saw from the beginning of the year to the middle of the year was not a lot of growth in our students on DIBELS. We do see growth when we do classroom assessments, but when we're looking at the DIBELS specific, we weren't seeing the growth that we thought we were going to see with what students are doing on a day. So one of the things that we decided to do was make sure that we align our practices. You can go to the next one. And so I think it's, yeah. So one of the things that we did was we created standards of practice for Castro teachers, K-12, or K-12, K through second grade. And so the program really is about K-1 students, but we know that our K-2 students are the ones who need to do the work. And we also integrate first and second grade intervention. And so our intervention teachers, we brought in the intervention teachers from the district. We also brought in our second grade teachers, and we created a playbook, or we're in the process of creating a playbook for how does literacy work at Castro Elementary School K2, and hopefully eventually K3. So this is just a snapshot of what it looks like. And so for each segment of our reading early literacy, so you got segmenting, blending, all of those things, phonemic awareness, all of that. We've outlined what it looks like when you are doing this with students. If I'm doing a blending, it's at cat. I'm using my fingers, I'm touching in a specific way. It's left to right. And the reason we want to do that is that we want to lower the cognitive load for students. And so if in each class, they're doing something different. In one class, they're going at, another one they're at. In this class, it's at. It doesn't seem like a big deal for us, but for our students, it is something that can be a impediment. And so we want to align on what we're doing on a day. And you can see there's the number of times we do it a week, the amount of time it's supposed to happen. These are quick drills that we're doing with students every day. The routine that we do for teachers when we teach it, and then there's a routine for when we practice it. The vocabulary that we use. Are we using beginning, middle, end? Are we using initial, final, intermediate? Like all of those things are important. And so we have had lots of discussions with our K-2 and intervention teachers to make sure that we're in alignment about that. Next slide, please. Thank you. So these are the different sections. And then one of the things that's super important for us is that the DIBELS connection. So we do see that our students are reading better, but when we look at the DIBELS assessment, there's something that's a disconnect. One of the things that we noticed was when teachers are asking students to read for DIBELS, they use nonsense words. And so NAF. The DIBELS assessments is assessing, can they do letter sound correspondence? Our students are trained to say, that's not a word. Let me see if I can make it a word. And so they're not doing well on the assessment component for this portion because they're trying to make sense of the word. And so now what we've done is we've introduced a drill where they're just doing nonsense fluency and they're told it's a nonsense word. You're just making the sound, make the letter make the sound that it's supposed to make. So that's one of those things that we've refined in our practice. And it's a small part of the day that we're small part of a lesson to do it. So yeah, next slide, please. The other piece is we really want to do best practices. And so all of our alignment of practices are connected to research. The best research that we have at the moment, right? And research is constantly changing, but we want to make sure that if we're doing something, that it is the best for our students. And so there's a research connection in the playbook as well. All right, next slide. This is just more of the, what is the research? So if you can go to the next one. Um, we use the universal screening tool DIBBLES, like I said. We've analyzed the data. And after the middle of the year DIBBLES assessment, what we realized was that we need to do more assessment for the students along the way. And so we've also implemented progress monitoring. So every 2 weeks, students are assessed again, which is an added thing that we weren't doing before. And they're creating plans to go along with it. So if the next slide will show that component. So this is just what we initially saw. We saw that students weren't making the progress that we did. So we went to the next one. Next slide, please. One more, because this is just more of the same. Each student, so the S1 is on our plans, they have a student name, but public, not doing that. So for students S1 and S8, they're going to be working on words and letter sounds. The teachers have identified what those are, whole group for the instruction, and then in small group, what they're going to do as well. And so if you go to the next slide, we've also got reading interventions teachers, and those teachers have their students listed and what they specifically need during a reading intervention. So it's all connected, what the students are expected to do. It's a lot of work for our teachers, but I think it's going to have some great payoffs in the end. Go into the next one. And then we did, this is from our progress monitoring. And so for each progress monitoring, after 3 of them, we have another meeting. And you can see, I think this was March 4th. We looked at the students and we're checking to see, are they making consistent or adequate progress towards their goal for the end of the year. And so if you look at student S3, for example, their goal is to go to 70. Their last progress monitoring is at 54, but along the way, they met one of their aim lines, yes, and then one they didn't meet. And so we know to intervene a little bit more with that student because they're not yes on both of them. And so that's the kind of work that we're doing with our students. And I think that is the last slide, correct? Oh, next steps. So our next steps for our students is we're going to continue with the progress and monitoring. We're going to finish our practice, standards of practice for all the domains. We are just in the phonemic awareness and phonics right now, but we need to do it for fluency. We're going to do it for vocabulary and all of that. We're going to have a visit from Ames Institute in April. They're going to come and see the work that we're doing to better align us and make sure that we're in the right path. We're going to analyze the final DIBBLES data in May. And then we are in talks with Ames. They've applied for a grant and they want to extend our work so that they can do the same thing that we did with K1 to 3. And so I think that's going to really improve their strong practice. So that's my highlight for Castro. Sorry, I went a little longer than expected. Any questions?
Yeah, how did the, your interaction with the AIM Institute come about?
So Cindy Nguyen applied for a grant last year. I think she took a class just to learn about early literacy, and she saw that there was a thing. And so she applied for Castro after consulting with me. And I was like, sure, this seems like something that we could benefit from. And so she applied for the grant, and we were one of the like 6 or 7 schools in the nation that were accepted. So
Thank you so much for your presentation.
thank you.
Thank you all for coming out. I'll now call for a brief 5-minute recess to allow for photos and to exit before the board moves on to more technical business. All right, we are back at 6:24 p.m. I will now open public comment for items on the closed session agenda. If any members of the public in person wish to address the board regarding this item, please turn in a speaker card. If you're online, please use the raise hand function. I will wait to see how many speakers we have and allocate time accordingly. Seeing no one in person and no one online, so I will close the call for public comment. The board will now recess to closed session. Before we move, I wish to announce that I am recusing myself from the deliberation on item 4A due to a remote interest in the matter as defined under Government Code Section 1091. I will not be present during the board's consideration of this item and will not obtain or review any non-public information regarding this decision. We're now in closed session at 6:25 p.m. The board has reconvened in open session at 7:19 PM. No reportable action was taken. We now move to the consent agenda. These items are considered routine and will be acted upon in one motion. Does any board member wish to remove an item for separate consideration? Trustee Lambert?
Yes, I would like to remove item C.
Item C, ratification of contracts. Okay, any other? Do we have a motion to approve the balance of the consent agenda before considering item C?
I move to approve the consent agenda, except item C, which is we will discuss separately.
Do you want to discuss all of the contracts or is it a specific contract? Because then,
Just one specific contract,
because we could pull the number and approve the rest. It doesn't matter.
right? In one way or another, it just doesn't matter, it's right?
Second. The motion to approve the consent agenda, save item C. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 All opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Now we'll move on to consideration of item 6C. Oh, do I need to take public comment on pure consent agenda? Oh, you took C. You took C off there. So we'll now consider consent agenda C. Okay. You have questions?
I would
Leonard?
like to start off with a question and then I have comments later. So the question is, could you, I'd like the staff to just explain where in the
Before
large,
Before we proceed, I did not take public comment on the balance of the consent agenda. I will open it up for in-person and online. And online, raise your hand if you'd like to comment on the consent agenda without item C. Or,
I put in a card, I didn't raise my, for the consent agenda, not C.
yes, you have ones for C, which we're about to discuss, but I,
Went past so fast, I missed. Which one are you calling for now?
we're about to call for C. I just did not do the balance of the consent agenda first, so I'm taking public comment on the initial items ahead of removing item C, and then we'll discuss item C separately, and I'll take public comment for that.
The rest of the things.
Correct.
not C. And somewhere or another, you'll have community.
Yes,
comment on.
yes, I will.
Thank you very much.
All right, so now, seeing no one online and no one in person for the non-C consent agenda items, we will move on to all right, now we'll move on to trustee Lambert's comments. So apologies.
Right.
Question.
Yeah, I'd like staff to first sort of explain how the Chromebooks are purchased as part of a larger contract. I think it was very well explained in the answers to the questions, but if you could briefly just reiterate that.
Yeah, just so the Chromebook purchase request on the agenda tonight is not an expansion of technology. It's a purchase of devices to replace those at the end of their useful lives. This purchase request is for half as many Chromebooks as we typically purchase at this time annually. You recall that we did a reduction back in January, February for Chromebooks as part of the budget reductions. And as a district, we're intentionally reducing our reliance on Chromebooks and refining how devices are used to support student learning. We're in process with that. This year, Chromebooks are assigned to students in grades 1 through 8. Next year, Chromebooks will be assigned per student in grades 4 through 8. While technology access augments students' ability to learn, it doesn't replace hands-on learning, social interaction, or traditional teaching. And our district is seeking to balance technology access to add value to instruction without creating that over-reliance.
Okay, thank you.
Trustee Conley?
Yes, I know the board has discussed in the past and something that I supported, and I think my colleagues did as well, having a study session or town hall on technology use. That's something we've been really interested in. And I know it's been a busy year. When do we anticipate that coming for board and community discussion?
We have to find out the timeline on the study because we're having some research work done on that as well to inform the conversation.
Perfect. So should I be anticipating more like the fall than the spring?
We, we used a much smaller contract with Hanover this year than we have in the past, and so they can't continue any work on that until after the LCAP stuff is finished. And so, that's just getting wrapped up now, so hopefully we can pick that back up.
Great, thank you.
Yes, thank you. That was going to be one of my comments too, that several board members have requested that sort of IT issues in general be discussed at some point. You know, I was thinking also that would be a great topic for Arenda to approach, and for us also as the with the strategic plan, to really understand how technology is not only purchased within our school district, but how it's used by the teachers, how it's used by the parents, how it's used by the students, and really have a full understanding, and you know, then take action from that. As it, you know, as we know, it's one of our major programs in terms of cost in our district, and it can impact our education of our students quite a bit. So we want to do this well.
Yep, so that is coming. That isn't Arenda's area of expertise. So we're engaging to have a study done to really understand what the learnings are over the last X number of years, and where it makes the most impact, and where we need to perhaps throttle back.
Yeah, you know, and even if it isn't their expertise, I mean, it's their expertise in terms of how to integrate it, technology. It must be within the system, not overload it, right? And not add initiatives and things that we, you know, take away from our education of our
Yes.
students.
Yes. And in terms of use, that I think they would say the same thing. That's not their expertise.
Okay.
Right.
Okay, so I'd also like to comment on, you know, there's some input from the public, you know, that this contract should be just $300,000 for fourth grade students. We should not pay for this. Um, and, you know, personally, you know, I can't do that without understanding how Chromebooks are used in our fourth grade classes, how the teachers use them, how the students use them, how valuable they are. And it's not only fourth grade, this is part of a sort of a continuum of use of technology in our school district. Taking this completely out of context and without all that assessment, like we're talking about doing, you know, it's irresponsible for, at least for me, to approve something like that. You know, whether it's warranted or not, and I think we all have our feelings about technology in general. And, you know, like almost everything, things can be used well, and they can be used for harm. So, you know, we have to understand how all this works together and make sure we do it right. And just taking something out of context, saving $300,000 could do a lot more harm than good. Okay, so those are my comments on that.
I said, I was going to do a question first.
I jumped in.
I think can you maybe elaborate on do we have some elaboration on the life cycle for the devices? Because I think there's two things at play, right? There's the software updates that we receive from the vendor, plus then the actual like hardware that they go through from day-to-day use, and the decay of that. Is that kind of how we estimate our life cycle for this? Does anyone, sorry, I know tech's not here.
Give me just a moment to find the specific answer, because I think it was in the board questions and our director of technology helped put it together. But yes, you're correct. There is at some point, they are not supported any longer, so they end up becoming useless to us. Let me find that number. Some other important information to know is for our younger grades, we give the option of for families to request a Chromebook. And this year, 20% of families requested the Chromebook. So this purchase is also accounting for that amount that families are requesting that we provide. Five years of useful life for student assigned devices is typically what they last.
I want to help give a comment on that too, if you don't mind, is that, you know, it's not just the physical computer that needs to be replaced. Typically, there's a lot of upgrades and operating systems over the years. And, you know, in a certain period of time, all the hardware gets old and and the software is not, you know, working anymore. So that's another reason for the upgrade. It's not just that computer doesn't work. It just, the operating system gets old.
Here's the other piece from our director of technology. He says, if the district did not purchase Chromebooks this year, we would not be able to replace the Chromebooks that the current graders were issued as they entered into kindergarten. These Chromebooks are near the end of their estimated lifespan for student assigned devices. Google limits which devices can be updated based on the release date. So these Chromebooks may stop receiving updates before the students finish 8th grade. So if these Chromebooks, we were not to replace them, they would follow the students all the way through middle school. So by the time they reached 8th grade, they would not be getting those needed updates.
Would it be possible, I think, so this is a communication that came to all of the trustees and as a public document, but it didn't end up in the board questions online, did it? Is it? Why am I not seeing it
I think that's what I'm
in the trustee
Yeah.
questions? Oh, do you know, I think I pulled up the wrong one. Okay.
We can post that though.
If we could post it separately, I think it's incredibly helpful.
I think another piece that's important to understand is we must give the CASP test, which is also online. So we need to have functioning technology to be able to administer that test.
Any further questions from trustees? All right, I'll now open to public comment on this item. If you are in person wishing to comment on item 6C, we will turn up speaker card in person. If you're online, use the raise hand function, and then I'll see how many speakers we have before allocating time. I see one hand online and three speakers in person. So that will be 4. So I'll give 3 minutes per person. We'll start with Mr. Nelson.
This is a contract number 2.
We're taking the contract C, the contract section was taken separately together. So this is commenting on this item C. So if you can.
Anyway, okay. Yeah, there's 2 items having to do with software. Well, one of them actually is just hardware. The other one is software, the inflection learning point. The interesting thing is the Vargas one seems to be another one of these. Oh, teachers like it. Let's add it to just this place and nowhere else. There isn't any clear thing what this supplements, what this takes the replacement for, what the training on it is. This is another one of the things that the teachers have been complaining about for at least a decade, probably since the time Bill and I were on the board together, is that too many things get added on and nothing gets subtracted. So what's getting subtracted at Vargas for this enrichment program? How does that fit in? Is it just a little blip off the side of the tree? The business technology department, I put in a public records request to try to figure out what the breakdown of costs were, and there is no information that is publicly available in the records of breaking down there have been no reports done about how much is being spent on each grade for their Chromebooks in carts, et cetera. There is also no breakdown of how much at the sites or per student it is for the different conglomerated things like Clearly and the different support things that we have. So we have no idea, because we haven't been doing continuous reports every year on how much resources, in this case, just money resources. I'm not even talking about teacher resources, which may be even more expensive for them to learn new systems. But we don't even keep track of reports that show how much money is being spent on elementary schools on software per student, hardware per student. What's going on? How come our education services department can't work with our computer technology guy and update that report every year? It's just, there's a report on inventory, but there's no report on how much resources we're actually spending in a way that you can start to make decisions, in a way that you can say, oh, well, this is a pilot program, and the other teachers at the other school have said, yeah, this is a great way that money's spent, because we all want to see if this pilot program is going to make a blip on what math is doing at Vargas. But we don't monitor what we're doing. We are not a continuous improvement district because we don't know how to take metrics to do reports. You don't get those reports. The public doesn't get the reports. The teachers don't get the report, or the principals, to say, whoa, we're spending $5,000 per student on this issue.
Thank you. Next, Ms. Beixada.
Hello, hi. I hope I'm providing comment on the right item. You may have received a letter from some parents in the district that have concerns around the amount of screen time that the students are getting using Chromebooks, and that one-on-one devices should not be issued anymore, and the purchase shouldn't go through, and all of that. I wanted to provide a slightly different take on the same topic. I actually wholeheartedly agree with concerns around the amount of screen time usage of the devices in the class. I volunteer for Math Center, and I've seen some of the screen usage in first person. I do wish there was more transparency around how the devices are used, that was accessible in terms of like number of hours per day or per week on our websites. And I bet it's different per even classroom or school. So that information would be very valuable. On the other hand, I want to caution against making decisions of purchase of technology or not based on the fact that, well, maybe our processes and information gathering isn't perfect. Especially since, given the rise of AI, there may be better educational tools coming down the pipe in a few years. And I don't want us to not invest in the devices we would need to take advantage of the new upcoming technology. And in general, I prefer that we don't ban things, but maybe put a limit on how much it is used, and also study and make sure that we are making the best use of it. So that was my 2 cents. And I would say that, to me personally, the district knows best which devices they need and whether or not they should purchase it. As a parent, I do have concern how these devices are used, but I think that's a separate concern than whether or not we need them right now and how much we need and that kind of thing. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we have Ling.
Okay. All right. So I am here to present the petition that we have to reduce screen time in our school-based setting. We have had over 125 signers in less than 3 days. And like the previous commenter, the overwhelming consensus is that we have way too much questionable screen time during school hours. I want to acknowledge some of the great work that we have done in this district and the good intent that is around all of this. I think there has been a cultural shift in our understanding of how screen time impacts brain development, especially in the younger years. So this petition is not about necessarily removing devices. It is a focus on reducing device use, especially in the younger years. Actually, it is about screen time and control and access control, but also especially in our younger years, which is TK through 2 or 3, wherever that boundary is. And there is a culture shift based on studies recently of the impact of excessive screen time, especially during the early years, right before the age of 10, of excessive screen time impact on neurological development as well as mental health. Chromebooks are tools. They're not inherently good or bad, but right now the lack of access control and the amount of supervised use is not good. A little bit of comment on that 5-year refresh cycle. So Google actually supports Chromebooks for 10 years. So the 5 years for their software and updates. So the 5 years is not, it might have been 5 years in the past, but it's 10 years since 2023. So I do think that there is potential to save money here, and maybe we can explore to see if we can extend these Chromebooks for use for longer. Also, I want to put this into context. $300,000 is roughly about 3 to 5 years of intervention support for the whole district. Okay. And then I just want to read to you some of the comments that some people have mentioned. Okay. TV is continually on and is often used as a medium, even for basic stuff. My child spends more time using the computer to play non-academic games than actual educational activity. There's been computer usage during non-classroom times. My kid has been on the screen 80% of the time when he or she is at school, learning almost every single subject through the screen. Okay. My kid tells me they watch YouTube on Chromebook every day and no one says anything. One of my kids complained to his teachers not letting them play games in school, but their friends with another teacher let them play in class. Okay?
Next, we have who's in person. We have one speaker online, which I will call on now. Ms. Liu, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you for taking my comment. I do agree. I don't know why is there a rush to purchase this extra 550 Chromebook when just late April of last year, you just approved to purchase 1,000 Chromebooks. And if Google is doing this, extending this for 10 years, what is the rush? And from what I know is that the K-2 had a set of Chromebook in the class and a set Chromebook to take home. So if now those take home Chromebook, why can't those be used for the one that are, for the kid that, that need new Chromebook? And I was wondering if there is an inventory for all these stuff by grade level, because if every Chromebook is assigned to student, can you extract the data to find out just grade level wise, how many Chromebooks are there and when were they issued and what's their age? And then from that data, you can figure it out, what amount of Chromebook you need. I haven't seen an inventory, and I will request a CPRA for an inventory if that is not provided. And security report, security show have data of what the kid use. So that is something that the staff can provide to the board, as in what kind of usage is it there? Because at our school, over 90% of computers usage outside of the classroom time is not for academic, it's for games. And I have gotten sick of this Chromebook for my kids that I have given them back to the district like last year. And it's been so peaceful since. And every single parent I've talked to felt the same way. And it's just another thing to battle the kids on, another thing for parent to manage. Also, why doesn't the district do an opt-in option instead of an opt-out? Instead of what you're doing now is like I'm having parent opting out for Chromebook. Because I remember when my kids started, it just like, oh, here's a Chromebook for you to take home. Whereas when I talk, from some other school, it's just there is very conscious effort of educating the kids whether or not this is a tool and a toy, and then um, enforcing it and making sure that this is not a tool, a toy. Chromebook is a tool, and there's no enforcement of that. So like providing all these kids access to Chromebook is actually making it harder for the teacher to teach the kids as well, because now they have to compete for attention of like 30 screen versus just them. So please do not approve this. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Back to the board for discussion.
I think the information in the trustee questions, both on the grade level Chromebook amounts and year purchased, there's a lot of detail there that is helpful, but there is also more detail on the inflection point software. So having access to that is important. And I think that also the idea of the Chromebooks that are being purchased this time around are going to incoming fourth graders, and the lifespan should last them through the end of 8th grade. So this is the purchase for those students for the rest of their time in the district. As a middle school teacher, I can tell you that these Chromebook lifespans do not last. They are dropped on a regular basis. They have stuff spilled on them. They are carted around in backpacks that are tossed all over the place. They are accidentally stepped on. They do not have the lifespan that they would with adult use. And also, I thought it was great that John included information on there in the trustee questions about the loaners. So many loaners are necessary because I didn't charge my Chromebook. We're taking a test and I don't have my Chromebook fully charged, or my H isn't working, or I lost my control button. It fell off somewhere. So the necessity for having these loaners for any of these random things that pop up on the daily, and they do pop up daily. I probably send several students per period out to go get a charger or a loaner Chromebook. So it is a need, especially at the older levels, but the testing is a huge issue. It's mandated for the state testing. They have to have it. They have to know how to use it. So we can't get around that for state testing purposes. For that, and because we already had the discussion on this 300,000 for these Chromebooks at a meeting a couple of months ago, which is why it ended up on the consent agenda today. To me, that the extra information is nice, but that's why it was on the consent agenda, was because we already discussed it.
I had a point of clarity on what Trustee Reed has said. Yes, the Google support is 10 years, but because we are dealing with children and Chromebooks, the wear and tear lifetime is 5 years on average.
I appreciate Trustee Reed's comments, especially because she is in the classroom right now, kind of dealing with a lot of these issues firsthand in Cupertino. So I think there are two different things to tease apart here. One is the kind of the nuts and bolts approval of having the equipment for the fourth graders for next year to carry through middle school, which is what the contract is. The other is a sincere community interest, and the board has also the same interest in really exploring what are our values around technology, how is it actually benefiting learning, what are we doing in the classroom at different grade levels, what's developmentally appropriate. And I was listing all the things. I mean, we've got education software, we've got smart screens in classrooms that teachers are playing videos on. We've got concerns around cell phones and devices and watches that kids are wearing. We've got the Chromebooks. There's so much that has changed in what school is like with technology. And so I'm looking forward to the technology study session. And it's going to be paired with this Hanover report as well on technology usage. I would also love to add maybe a parent survey going into that. Because there is a lot of parent interest in this. This is something that parents think about all the time. One of the challenges is that it swings back and forth. So when we decided not to do iReady saw online lesson licenses for all of our elementary schools, because we found that, for example, in I think it was like a first grade classroom, it was being used something like 4 hours a week, and it was only supposed to be used 45 minutes a week for iReady or something. It was supposed to be a much smaller amount. I see Ms. Bauer nodding her head. That was a decision point for district staff and the board to say, hey, that's not, we don't want children to be on iReady online in the classroom for 4 hours a week. This isn't what it's meant for. It's not benefiting our kids the way it should. So we made that decision. And then there was a huge community pushback from some parents in the community that we took that away from their students. And so I know there's going to be varied opinions, but there's always room for discussion and then trying to come up with a shared consensus about what we want to actually do within our classrooms right now. And then for myself as a parent, I've seen this all the way through with my own child. I know there are other parents up here with technology equipped children. But I remember in the early days of COVID, my child started playing Prodigy Math, which was licensed by the school district. It's an online math game. Okay, great. It's kind of like Pokemon. But then I discovered through the Securely reports that he was being redirected from that program to YouTube to watch their videos on YouTube. And then it was auto playing other videos. And suddenly my child, who was accessing a learning program provided by the school district, was instead providing he was the product for YouTube, and that he was providing attention and time to these programs, to these videos on YouTube that were making money off of him. And so it's a really complicated area to kind of dive into and tease apart. So I'm looking forward to that. I really appreciate the work that was done around this petition, because I think this was kind of a burbling up of what we know we need to really dive into.
See Henry.
I know I just to add to what everybody said, I am very much looking forward to our study session on the technology. I think that's going to be really important. I share, a lot of the concerns that have been raised by the community about how technology is used. I don't see this refresh purchase as a proxy vote for that. I think that as Trustee Reed mentioned, we discussed in January the reduction in the technology purchases, and I'm comfortable with where we landed on that piece of it.
Trustee Lambert.
Yeah, just one thought when we get to the study session and things like, I would also like to really have teachers involved. I mean, I really, I would trust them to guide us on best use of technology, and even it's appropriate for the district to come up with best practices or something like that through this process.
Yeah, I'll be very brief in my comments. Mostly just echoing what my colleagues are saying here is that, I really appreciate staff cutting our technology earlier this year and finding reductions there. Now we are and we still have ongoing support that we need to provide in refreshing these things, but I anticipate out of the study session, we will probably see further reductions in kind of the technology and how it's used in classrooms. And I look forward to that. But generally, I think we do need the devices that are getting beaten up by kids to be replaced. So, Trustee Reed.
As well as a study session on technology use. I'd also like to see maybe a parent university around Securely and its features and how to use them and how to block things for their children on their devices, including things like having a shut off time. And also another one, PD related for staff to really, there's so many features in Securely, even on my own site, that as an ed tech mentor, teachers don't know how to use. They feel like, I need to watch the screen so that I'm watching all of my students live in person, and then they're not doing the rotations or they're not multitasking as well as they could. When let it run in the background, and then at the end, you can screenshot or go to every link that any child in your room has been to during this session, and then review it with them and discuss it with their parents. So there's lots of opportunities for the adults that are in charge or in taking care of these children to be more involved in the process of digital literacy and digital citizenship, so that these students are learning from a younger age what appropriate use is, so that as they're growing, their reliance on tech or their need to explore or their curiosity for playing things at inappropriate times is lessened, because they have been taught the appropriate things at an earlier age.
Do we have a motion to?
I move to approve consent agenda item C.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? The motion passes unanimously. We will now move on to communications, if I remember correctly. Yes. Section 7, communications. I believe we don't have any employee organizations here to speak tonight. District committees, are there any reports from district committees? All right. Next, I'll call on Superintendent Baer for the superintendent's report.
Good evening. Sharing some positive updates from across the district. Firstly, I'm proud to announce that Graham Middle School has been recognized as a California Distinguished School, the state's highest honor for schools. Graham's just one of 408 middle schools nationwide to receive this distinction based on the 2025 California School Dashboard. This recognition is an affirmation of the thoughtful work that continues to build in our classrooms every day. We look forward to continuing this progress and the strong culture of learning at Graham. Just an informational piece for the board, as we prepare to refund our bonds that you approved last meeting, Mountain View Wisman has been reaffirmed with the AAA rating from Moody's, which is the highest rating possible for our $60.4 million general obligation refunding bonds. This reflects the strength of our financial management. While we do have projected deficits, Moody's also recognized the proactive steps we've taken, including the $7.5 million budget reductions for next year to ensure long-term stability. This top rating ultimately helps us secure the most favorable borrowing terms for our community. And finally, just a reminder that our middle schools are in the midst of music season, and I encourage everyone to come out and support our students. Graham is presenting the Addams Family, and Crittenden will soon take the stage with Aladdin Jr. These productions showcase the talent, confidence, and creativity of our students. So look for ticket information in our updates that are coming out tomorrow. And that's it.
Thank you. I'll open public comment on communications. Any member of the public in person, turn in a speaker card. Anyone online, please use the raise hand function. I'll wait. Seeing one in person and one online. I will close communications. We'll allocate 3 minutes. First person in person is no name here.
I just want to comment on that the Graham's Distinguished School Award was during the tenure of Principal Sebastian Benavides. Since he is no longer working at Graham, I want to make sure that he's acknowledged the great work that was done when he was here and turning Graham around, which prior to his tenure had some things that needed to improve upon. So thank you.
Thank you. I'll now go to online. Ms. Liu.
Hi, thank you so much. Yes, I'm super excited when I heard about Graham, and I'm just really happy. And That's amazing because the last time Graham won it was with in 2019, which is thanks to Principal Kim Thompson, and then now with Principal Benavides. So just amazing leadership. That's what make the school great, and the staff. The staff, the student, but amazing leadership. That's so key. And I hope that the next Graham principal, I trust that the district will find someone amazing as well. Also, Stevenson, we have a program at Stevenson for Art Focus, which is like 16 class all run by parents for actually 12 class, 6 in the fall and 6 in the winter. And we just finished setting up our art show for today.
Comment.
Sorry, can you hear me?
There's a comment on the superintendent's report. So.
Oh, sorry. I thought you said community stuff. So I just wanted to tell people about the Art Focus show at the City Hall this week. That's it for Stevenson. Thank you.
With that, now I'll move on to non-agendized items. This time we have the floor for community comments on items not appearing on tonight's agenda. The Brown Act prohibits the board from discussing or taking action on any item not listed on the posted agenda. Trustees or staff may briefly respond to clarify facts, or we may direct the superintendent to agendize the matter for a future meeting. We have, well, now I have one card in person. Do I see anyone online? I see one person online, so I'll give 3 minutes. So first, Mr. Nelson.
Thank you. Yeah, I wanted to talk about taking responsibility. One of the things that you need to do as trustees is take responsibility. And sometimes it's taking responsibility for things that don't work well. It's nice when the superintendent comes up and tells us what worked, but it's also, it would be nice when the superintendent comes up and tells us, we found we're having trouble with this and we need to think about it and work on it harder. When we had the FICMAT report on whether our finances were being done illegally or not, William Lampert was a stand-up man, and he stood up and I don't think he literally stood up. He figured he stood up and take responsibility for the decisions that he had participated in that led to that mess. Devin Conley didn't take responsibility. Look at that, and she has her written response, but none of it is, I take responsibility for a couple of these things that happened. She doesn't take responsibility. So when we have problems with academics and instruction, I really expect our chief academic officer to take responsibility. If we had finance problems, I would expect our chief business officer to take responsibility, which also means bringing up the problems, reporting on them honestly. Don't leave out things that will make things look a little bit worse or a lot worse. For instance, is saying, well, we still have a gap problem, and not giving the whole truth. We have a gap problem that's been increasing for the last 4 years, academic gap. And that gap now means our SED students, economically disadvantaged, are below the state average for economically disadvantaged students. You need to be honest. You need to take responsibility, and you need to take personal responsibility. So when the chief academic officer is not willing to take responsibility and perhaps resign and go back to being the great principal that we know she can be for an elementary school, it's on you also. It's on the superintendent who evaluates her, but it's on you who aren't evaluating the educational service department and the problems that have been clearly identified. When educational services doesn't do their reports and doesn't report on what's not working, it has to be redone. You all lose some integrity, institutional integrity and individual integrity.
Thank you. I'll now move to the online speaker, Ms. Liu.
Hi. Sorry about the last comment. I thought this is the time to talk about it. So yes, continuing on. So Stevenson's, we have our art focus. We just finished setting it up today. So then the show, it's gonna start, Monday for all of next week. So I hope the community come and see all the amazing work that our students do, and with all the parent volunteers supporting these programs, and with the teachers and everybody. And it's just really cool. There's like animation material, kinetic art, photography, ceramic, just to name a few. It just there's so many classes, and it's a lot of volunteer making this happen. So I invite the community to join. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now move on to discussion and action section of our agenda. The first item is item 9A, 2025-2026 second interim budget report and budget reductions discussion. I'll ask Chief Business Officer Dr. Westover to present the report.
Good evening. Tonight, I also have Director Nadia Pongo with me, who will present alongside me. So of course, this always connects back to our strategic plan and our board resolution that says that we try to hit between 17 and 20% reserve level in the third year out. And a little bit about our second interim. This is our district budget cycle. We borrowed this from the Budget Advisory Committee. We used to have a circle to depict where we were, but they did such a good job with showing what our budget cycle looks like that we decided to take this from their presentation. So where we are right now is we are presenting second interim, while at the same time, we are starting to develop the budget for next year. We'll come back to you again in June to present where we think we'll end up, as well as ask you to adopt the budget for the 26-27 year. So as we talk through second interim tonight, it'll be a little different than how we've presented our past second interims, because we're also going to talk a little bit about things that can change between budget adoption, which is coming, and what happens during the summer. So here we are in second interim. This reflects activities from July 1st through January 31st and needs to be adopted by March 17th. This interim report also takes into account the recent reductions, and we also apply those reductions to the years out, which means if we've reduced staffing, we reduce it in the next following years as well. It's not just 1 year that it impacts. Starting off looking at our general fund. So some background on our MYP. It's used to forecast the district's financial health. We're starting to move to a 6-year model, so it helps understand our longer term forecast given the volatility of AV, which is especially important for a basic aid district because we are completely reliant upon AV value, which is very different from a district where their funding is based on the number of students they have. So no matter how many students we have, the funding we get is from our property taxes. It should be used as a guide and not a measuring stick. So it gives us trajectory. It doesn't say we're going to end up right here. It's based on budget assumptions and that are in constant flux and constantly changing. In addition to the assumptions that are changing, the needs within the district are also changing. What's important about a school district is that we are responding to what students need. So if we need to open up a classroom, we're opening a classroom and we're not saying no because we didn't put it in our budget. Or if we need to hire another teacher for a specific purpose for special ed, we go ahead and do that. Some highlights. So we're actively working to reduce expenditures where possible. You'll see some of that reflected in second interim. I think across the district, school sites and all departments have been very mindful of how they're spending money. So we're actually seeing a savings that we weren't anticipating. When positions become vacant, the district evaluates whether they need to be filled immediately, which also has led to additional savings in the current year. Some examples for this, if people knew that they would not be returning the following year, some people have actually found positions and have already left the district. So that remainder of their budget or their salary that would have been in this year's budget is now reduced. Our financial outlook is looking more positive this year, due in part to the careful spending decisions that have been taking place. I'm sorry, I missed my last previous bullet. All of this is a proactive approach to financial planning, rather than waiting until a budget crisis forces us to make decisions. So we are in a good position now because we are planning for the future as opposed to responding. However, it's important that we continue to plan ahead and align ongoing expenses with ongoing revenue. Just like a personal budget, the money that comes in has to equal the money that's going out. If it's off balance, you'll end up in a position that is not favorable. Taking action early helps the district avoid more significant cuts in the future and maintain long-term financial stability. So how should we really use our reserve funds? Because we are very fortunate that we have a high reserve, which provides financial stability and protects against unexpected economic changes, which we are currently experiencing. If we didn't have those reserves, we would be making cuts mid-year. And we've talked quite a bit about this, but with those reserve funds, how should we actually be using them now? They're considered one-time funds and not ongoing revenue. Once they're depleted, they're spent and no longer available. If ongoing annual expenses exceed annual revenue, as they are now, the district will eventually deplete its reserves, just like a personal savings account. For this reason, it's best practice to use the reserves primarily for one-time expenses, things like facility improvements, reducing the impact of declining AV, which is happening now, deferred maintenance, and one-time program investments. With that said, the district also doesn't have a desire to hold money because our purpose is to educate students, not to create a savings account. But those reserve funds are highly important because it protects us from that volatility. So it's a balance of the both. Using reserves for ongoing costs such as salaries or reoccurring programs creates a structural deficit, meaning expenses continue even after the reserve funds are gone. Over time, the structural deficit will require larger budget reductions because the district must eliminate the deficit and rebuild our reserve account. A financial stable district should work towards a balanced budget where ongoing revenue equals annual ongoing expenses. This can also be, because we are a basic aid district, it means we're constantly having to make adjustments because our AV is constantly changing, as well as our expenses year over year. Expenses don't grow at a steady rate at the same rate that our AV is growing. So there is some balancing that needs to take place at all times. Maintaining a balanced budget helps the district protect financial stability, maintain appropriate reserve levels, avoid future program cuts, and respond to economic uncertainty, which of course we're doing currently. So what would it take to achieve a balanced budget? The board has already done a lot of work in looking at how do we spend our money? Where does our money come from? But another piece to understand as well is like, what do we need to achieve in order to get to that balanced budget? So of course, income equals expenses. At our current level of spending, the district would need approximately 15.67% assessed value in the 27-28 year to reach budget neutrality. In context, the district has never received 15.67% AV growth. So why is this number so high? As a district, we've become very accustomed to having high AV year after year. In the beginning of the year, we had talked quite a bit about AV growth and how it compounds over time. Well, now it's almost working against us because our AV has been so low. We're not compounding on a higher level. We're compounding on a lower level, and lower amount. So we need more AV growth in the 27-28 year to make up for those. We can think of them almost as lost years because the AV growth has been so slow. Current AV growth doesn't even cover our current increase of expenses every year. So we're having to pull from our savings account in order to make up for the reduction of AV. So this estimate assumes that we're not having additional salary increases, that we are no expansion of programs or services, and spending remains at its current level. This is a look at our historical assessed value growth by year. The board has seen this prior, but you'll notice that we have never hit that 15%. This is looking at, this looks a little messy when you first look at it, but let me walk you through it. It's useful to look at because we're always monitoring our AV growth month by month. So our assessed value is building each month for the next year. So we can try to see where we're going to land. So Right now, we are in this navy blue line here in March at 1.72% AV growth. This is the lowest we've been since 2021. Now, the next question that might come to mind is there any chance that we're going to have a huge growth of AV? If we look at historically, we had some great years where AV was off the charts. We don't anticipate that's going to happen. But if we look at the other years, yes, it looks like it can increase over the next few months when we see some growth. When we look at our most recent year, the 25-26 year, that's this green line. We can see that it is increasing slightly, but we're not experiencing exponential growth. The box here on the right, once we have our final number, our numbers in June, the final number can continue to change based on reassessments. So when we're looking at our final number, does it go up or does it go down? This is part of that volatility that we talk about that we're managing as a basic aid district. So we see in some years it goes up, but in other years it goes down. This impacts us because in the following years, it's how it changes the amount of money that we're receiving. So when we're trying to plan, not only are we looking at AV growth for the next year, we also need to try to account for, is it going to change based on reassessments?
And we typically don't know that number in the box until August.
Good evening, trustees. I will be going over the multi-year projection for the second interim budget report, as well as some assumptions we use for this multi-year projection. The multi-year projection is a state requirement. It's a form we submit along with all of our tax forms. The county, when they review our books, they also make sure we are reporting reasonable fiscal stability. So they will be reviewing our multi-year projection. So a couple of key items to keep in mind as we go over the multi-year projection for the next 3 years. So year one, we're referring to the 25-26, which is the current year, and year two is the 26-27. For the year two, revenue is decreasing as we are not including the revenue for the Google lease. In the expenditure side, in year two to year three, expenditures, you will see that increase they look potentially higher, much higher. This includes the textbook adoption that we are planning around 2.8 million. We are also including in this projection to make contribution to programs such as special education, child nutrition, preschool, maintenance and operations, as well as the ELOP program. For salary increases, we are including the 4% salary increase, as well as the stepping column. And in all the other years out, we are including the stepping columns. So here is the multi-year projection, and the current year, year one, we are projecting a net decrease of 1.1 million with a 36.13% reserve level. In year two, we are projecting a net decrease of 6.6 million. In the third year, we are projecting a 12.2 million decrease with a 25.75% reserve level. So we are not required to submit a 6-year multi-year projection, but for locally assessing our fiscal stability in the future years, we use in this multi-year projection as well that board from school services, as well as other local assumptions such as the parcel tax, which brings in about 5.1 million a year. And the years out after negotiations, which is after 2026-27, we are not including any salary increases, but we are accounting for a stepping column. I have a table included in this presentation in page 32, where I go in a little bit more detail on the assumptions we use to do this multi-year projection. This multi-year projection will also be updated during budget adoption after May revise, where we have more information from the governor's budget. And I think we are including some scenarios to reflect that potentially if we get the one-time discretionary block grant or more funding for ELOP. With Dr. Westover, we'll go over those scenarios. So this is what Ms. Pongo just presented, but in a graphical format. We do have a structural deficit. So although in year 3, we still have a reasonable reserve level, we notice that we're going to continue to eat into those reserve levels at an unsustainable pace. So but by year 6, we're at 3.06% reserve. So again, our goal is not to save money. Our goal is to spend money on our students, but we also have to flatten out the trajectory of that line. Some of the decisions the board has already made has helped with that, which is why we're seeing it look a little bit different now at second interim.
I think important to note there as well, I don't think it was mentioned, but the AV growth assumption in years 4, 5, and 6 is 3%.
Yes, so the current assessed value for the current year is at 2.6, and then 2% for the 2 years out. And then we're assuming that assessed value eventually will get better. So in the after 4, 5, and 6, we're using the 3% assessed value. Sometimes there's also questions around unknown funding. So something that we've talked about in the past with the board is an increase in ELOP funding. So if the governor increased the funding to $1,800 per student, which means our revenue would go up to 2.3 million as opposed to 1.9 million. And I realize I just have been speaking these out of order. And also we anticipate potentially getting a discretionary block grant of $3.5 million. If we remember back to kind of the order of how we do things, in June is when we do our official budget adoption. In June, we still don't have a defined, this is how much money you're going to get from the state. So there's some misalignment between school district budget cycles and the state's budget cycle. It's important that we don't count on money until we can actually count it. So right now, the state is having discussions on, is this really what the budget will be? But we won't know until kind of midsummer. So some questions are, what would that look like if the discretionary block grant came through, as well as the governor's proposal for the increase to ELOP? So this is looking at the 6-year MYP. I'm going to go ahead and move ahead to the chart because it's easier to understand. What we can see is that we have one-time relief in year 2. So our reserve level stays higher, but then we continue on the same trajectory.
I think an important way to look at this in kind of at the highest level is if we think of the orange line, the reserves as one-time money, the blue bars are ongoing, right? So obviously the reason why that the one-time monies are declining is because we continue to have a structural imbalance and deficit spend, right? So we can't do that. We're okay for a while, but if we wait, we're at greater risk, right?
And then if we try to wait for AV to catch up, we know that we won't hit that 15% AV growth. So there's still changes that we need to make in order to bring things back into alignment. An example of why our expenses grow not equal to what AV is over time is one is our utility costs. So we're looking at an increase of 6%, 8%, and 8%, which is not in alignment with AV growth. So sometimes I think there can be a misunderstanding that all of our expenses grow at the same rate. And when our utilities or other areas of the district's budget need more funding, that means that we don't have as much to provide in other areas. Utilities is one of those. This is for some contextual information. Salaries and statutory benefit increase is about 1%. And then we have the actual dollar value on the right. cost of step and column from 26-27 to 27-28 is 2%. AV growth revenue, 1% is about 800,000. Increase in total budget from year to year with no added services or staff is about 2.5%. And the total AV growth revenue needed to cover cost for that growth is about 5%. So right now we have 2% in our budget. We would need an additional 3% to cover that, the increase in the budget that we're seeing, just what we have currently. Sometimes this is helpful to look at, say, okay, if we want, if we're trying to reduce expenses, or we think about what we might need to have for ongoing salary, or if we wanted to provide a raise, how those numbers line up in terms of AV growth and raises for staff.
You go back.
Sure.
So hopefully each of those makes sense, right? Stated just a little bit differently. We have a natural 5% cost increase every single year, right? With doing nothing. And we need that roughly same, we need that 5% AV growth to cover that. So when we fall short, the imbalance continues to become greater, right? When we have a salary increase on top of that, like we do this coming year, right? That's going to add, it's a 4% increase, right? So about a $3.5 million increase to the budget, plus the natural increase is what we are having to account for, all while AV growth is staying around 2%.
So this is looking at our other funds.
Yes, so during interim, we'd like to take the opportunity to share with you the balance for other funds like preschool, food services, or OPEB, or post-employment benefits. So we're sharing with you beginning balance or revenue expenditures in the projected ending fund balance for these funds, as well as including any applicable contribution that we may have to make from the general fund.
So possible adjustments going into unaudited actuals and budget adoption. Unused funds from unfilled positions will continue to be recognized. We'll do AV adjustments, hopefully most likely upward, reduction in POs or anticipated spending. So we'll be meeting with all of our departments and school sites to potentially reduce those POs, and adjustments based on state and federal funding. Our next steps, we recommend approval of the 25-26 second interim budget report as presented, and then we will come back to you for budget and LCAP development, the hearing, and then the adoption. Attached to tonight's presentation, there's also, I want to say it's almost 120 pages of our SACS documents, plus in front of that, there's also a summary. So everything you find in the SACS documents, putting it into a summary tables, and then attached also to the presentation is information about changes between first interim and second interim, if there's interest. Any questions?
Vice President Henry.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation, both of you. Two questions. One, I know that you highlighted utilities as one specific area that we see increases in. Are there any other, what are the other examples of things like that that are kind of subject to market prices? I seem to remember hearing at the CSBA conference, a lot of districts talking about insurance costs going up by a lot. Anything else kind of like that?
Yes, in insurance, specifically property liability. We're seeing increases, and we're lucky that we're part of a JPA. So some of those are better than what others are experiencing. Special ed, food costs, we're also seeing that in.
I think the insurance liability will see a big increase. I think it's across the state, everybody is going to be feeling the pinch for AB 218, and we'll probably be seeing a big increase on insurance more than we'd like to. They would like to recognize our project.
you mind if I do one more? On slide 14, where you have the different lines of the different years, kind of month by month EV growth, we are still under 2 at this point in the year, this year. Can you talk a little bit about what that means and what you're hearing from the assessor about reassessments and how many requests they're getting?
So we meet with the assessor's office. It's difficult to say because it's never tied. For example, we get information on how many requests there have been and then the size of the requests. Number of requests does not always equal the amount that we're actually going to end up seeing. So it can be difficult to predict what is actually going to happen. But in general, across the county, there are, and specifically in Mountain View, there are large requests from companies for reassessment and still outstanding.
Thank you.
Trustee Labor?
I have several questions. Some are probably hard, some are very easy. The assessed value growth table, that's really interesting. Do you have any idea why for most of the year it remains relatively flat and only during there's huge increases toward the end of the year? Why does that happen? Do you have,
I think a lot of the increases come from when people buy and sell property because it gets reassessed.
I mean, really, just in those last few months? And remember, it's commercial real estate too.
Yes, we're 50% commercial real estate, 50% residential. Right now, our residential is what's kind of propping up our AV value.
That's interesting. I will check that out online. I'm sure
Yeah,
I think it somewhere. Yeah.
Traditionally, as I've followed real estate for quite as a basic a district quite some time. The opening of home sale season is really around Super Bowl.
Yeah.
Right. That's kind of the unofficial time. And so if you think about homes being on the market, closing escrow, title changes, that kind of falls right in line with that when we begin to see the uptick in kind of right about now or later.
Okay, that's, yeah, research can be done on that, which I will do, and I'll get back to you. So we talk about, in your projections about not having the Google lease monies going forward. Could you explain, we're not just standing aside and doing nothing? How are we mitigating that?
Should I leave for a moment?
I think this is public.
It's public, so it's fine. We know that Google has asked to leave their lease, right? So there's going to be hand over those properties back to the district at some point in the future. We're currently working with them to understand what the lease revenue is going to be between now and when it's handed over. There is question as to what we're going to do as a board. As a board, you're going to have to, as a governance team, we're going to have to discuss the use of those properties, right? Both Erikoff and Slater, as they come back into our possession in a DSA approved fashion, whether we're going to turn around and lease them again, or we are cramped for space right now. So we have to also consider our needs. The board had requested in April to have a session with the demographer to have some input. So all of that work between the demographer and the facilities use consultant we will use will get information we expect at the end of the school year in terms of a report, and then be able to make some decisions about how we're going to utilize those properties once they come back online. And will there be lease revenue available coming from them? Clearly not if we're using them, right? But how much space, et cetera. So right now it's left out of it. So if you look at that, either one of the 6-year multi-year projection slides, right? Any lease revenue is only upside to those, right? They improve that outlook. And In good news, it affects the ongoing, right? Not the orange line, not the reserves, but it actually impacts it lessens the deficit spend. Yeah. So that's positive.
That's an excellent answer, right? Because it sort of gives some scope and some context to, what the loss of the Google lease means to our district and how we are addressing it. We're not just
Right.
saying we're not going to have any money, but
Right. And for context and numerically, right, between the two sites, it's about $3 million annually.
okay.
Right.
I have another probably tough question for you, right? Is how realistic is it to just assume that we're not going to give raises to teachers for the next several years?
That doesn't seem realistic to assume zero.
So I just, again, put
Yeah.
context to these discussions, right?
Right.
To the assumptions.
Yeah. And I think as the board contemplates that, I think we need to remember that it's best if any kind of ongoing salary increase is connected to the blue bars and not the orange line, right? This is ongoing money we're talking about that's going to be spent well into the future. So that's why it's so important getting that deficit spend under control, so we do have room to consider salary increases. Yeah.
A couple of simple questions, questions too. Budget cuts, were our recent budget cuts taken into account in our?
Yes, they were included in the multi-year projection. They were approved reductions.
And the last one really is, out of curiosity, what are developer fees? What are we able to spend developer fees for? It's about $10 million. And
You can spend developer fees on anything that helps accommodate the students that the development is bringing in. So it can be portables, extending the lifespan of a building, those types of things. We could not use it for salaries.
does it need to be, do they need to be spent within one of these city planning areas?
No,
No. Could be anywhere in the district.
anywhere in the district.
And since I'm on a roll pointing this out, those are one-time funds.
Thank you.
Other questions? All right, I have a couple. So as you may have noticed, I did go through the SAC stuff a little bit. It was a thrilling read. But so I noticed that there were like 2 not met criteria and a supplemental flag. Can you kind of walk through what that means in the filing and how what the meaning of those ones are?
Do you remember which criteria?
I'll pull it up in a moment.
Also, so the
6B.
in general, the SACS file analyzes the information that we provide. And so it's also a tool that, are you sure we're increasing these expenditures more than 2%? It is like abnormal. The SACS file throughout those criteria will have if anything in excess to 2% or 5% is reflecting on that increase or decrease, and it will ask us to explain like, okay, why did your expenditures decrease or increase this much on this year? And typically we would say, expenditures we're expecting to do a math textbook adoption. That's why it's outside of the criteria. So it is a good place for us to check like, oh, did I really intended to increase my expenditures by this much? Or, I think at first interim enrollment is always a little bit, one of the areas where, oh, your enrollment decreased compared to what we projected at budget adoption. So those criteria are important to look at, because it's just a good checking point to confirm that you're truly increasing by outside of that rate.
I think it's important when you're looking at the criterion standards, if something is marked, it's not necessarily, hey, this is a bad thing. this is outside of the typical, and then you'll see an explanation. What you're looking for is that explanation reasonable? It doesn't mean that it's wrong, because school district budgets are not always even, right? You're going to have things that
Yeah.
change.
I was thinking to give you all a chance to elaborate on them, right? Like, so I think there was other expenditures and deficit spending, which I think we're talking about. And then the supplemental one was use of one-time revenue for ongoing expenditures. I think if you want to, is there anything you want to characterize out of that, or do you think we covered it pretty well in the presentation?
Rock, paper, scissors.
Yes, so I think I remember your note. So ideally, you don't want to spend one-time revenue on ongoing expenditures, but we wanted to be transparent and disclose that we were using one-time funding to fund multi-year early literacy program, which is a wonderful program. And for 2 years, we for the third year, we're covered, except we're a little bit there. We have to do a contribution, and I think
something also important to keep in mind when we talk about ongoing expenditures, there was a lot of funding that came into districts during COVID and then shortly thereafter. Something that set our district apart from other districts is we did not use that money for ongoing expenses. So what we're managing now is very different than what you're seeing across the state. Across the state, you're probably reading in the paper that they're making massive layoffs. We're not in that position because we didn't use that one-time funding for ongoing expenses. Right now, what Nadia was just talking through was because we did add 2 early literacy teachers as we were making the changes to staffing and coaching. So because those early literacy teachers initially, when the program was implemented, was using those one-time funds, the number of TOSAs that we hired fit into the various different one-time grants that we had. But now that we're adding 2 more, that's why you're seeing that change.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I did notice that we also, from the first interim, went from like 5 not met criteria to 2. I think some of them were ADA and related, but is there anything else that, like, any specific actions we took that improved those things or anything?
I wouldn't use the criterion standards as like a report card of like criterion standard met or not met is good or bad. I think it's more of a tool as a tool to assess, but it's not good or bad. Because if our goal was to always meet every single criteria standard, we wouldn't be doing what's best for the district's budget.
So it makes more sense as a diagnostic in some sense, just to make sure everything's
correct. But sometimes you actually want
not
to
always
say, because we do a textbook adoption.
Is it a deliberate choice that we're making?
Correct.
Well, the other question, I'll try to be brief, and I'll take this one. What levers do we have to kind of slow the growth of the spending on the special ed funding, right? Like, that is a challenge. I think we've talked, I'm trying to remember Director Salvaggio's presentations from November, like where are the costs being driven by? Like, it's important. I want to make sure we're able to actually like help those students and do that. And I think with the growth, it's going to become more and more challenging, right, to have our budget structurally balanced. But this is maybe a bigger question. I don't know if we have.
Yeah, I think that's a very big question, but it has a lot to do with the work that the special ed department is doing right now. Of how do you meet the students' needs? How do you make sure that you're meeting kids' needs early? Because sometimes when you can help them early, it means that they don't struggle as much later on. So I think that work is already well underway. And I know that Frank, Director Salvaggio, Ms. Ponko, and we have constant communications about how things are going. And definitely there's lots of eyes on it.
Thank you. Any further questions? All right, we will now move to public comment on item 9A. Anyone in person wishing to speak on this item, please turn in a speaker card. Anyone online, please use the raise hand function. Seeing no one online wishing to speak, I have 1 card in person. I will give 3 minutes. First speaker is Mr. Nelson.
Thank you. Don't we love going through the budget? I remember when it used to be printed out paper that thick, and it was at least now you can sort through it. Yeah, one of the things I want to remind you that the 17 to 20% limit target that we set wasn't a lower limit. The 20% was meant to be a higher limit. And what it was meant to do is prevent excesses from being stored with the county treasurer. Because every $1 million or $10 million or $50 million that we store with the county treasurer, it loses spending power. It loses purchasing power for the next year. And the reason is the amount of money that we get from them is almost always less than the inflation rate. In fact, I think it was 2 years ago, we got a minus return from the money that we had with the county office, our county treasurer rather, that was our reserves. So there is no good reason to keep it above 20%. This is one of the things I have a continuing dialogue with the chief business officer that it isn't good to carry a 40% reserve. It means kids aren't getting programs. And I didn't get a chance to look over how much if we're underspending again for high needs kids, because that has to be sequestered, because the legislature saw too many districts were doing that and using it for other purposes the next year. So any amount that is being underspent for the high needs kids has to be accounted for in this thing that you got. And you should realize that means tutoring, that means extra help for the highest needs kids in this district. And I think it's you should be ashamed when you underspend for the most needy kids. I think Rebecca Westover should be ashamed when that happens. She should be bugging people. Hire this person that is empty. Get this thing done. When she was working with Palo Alto, she didn't have problems with nearly as many high needs kids. When she was the principal of Stevenson, she didn't have as many high needs kids. So I don't know, maybe she doesn't recognize that that's a significant issue that she could provide moral leadership on. The other thing is when the superintendent decides that he needs more PR and goes and just hires another district office FTE PR person like he did in his first year, do you get a warning that this is off budget? That we're hiring an off-budget person? Or was that in the budget that he was allowed to have a second PR person? It's opaque as we do our personnel reports. It doesn't tell people off budget.
All right. Now we'll move back to the board for discussion. Any discussion and potential action? Trustee Conley.
Well, I wanted to say, President DeFazio, that I appreciated your questions about special education. I also appreciated the trustee questions. There were some very detailed budget questions that were sent in, and I appreciate trustees. We don't know who sent in which questions, but they were very helpful for myself as well to read through. I just participated in CSBA's Legislative Action Week this week, and we were talking about the budget with state legislators and some of the things that are being advocated around AB 218 came up and the expenditures there. There's advocacy work asking for a cap or some sort of support because it's wiping out some school districts. And it was interesting to hear the point about insurance liability. I had not heard that. So that's something I will bring back to them. And then special education costs are going up statewide, and it's really, really challenging for school districts. And it doesn't seem like there is an end in sight because there is increased need. And so figuring out how to manage that long term to make sure that we're meeting all of our students' needs is going to be important.
Trustee Labor.
I'd like to make a motion that the board approve the second interim budget report and budget reduction for the board for 2025, 2026 as presented.
Any further discussion anyone wants?
We approve or accept? My apologies. We approve it?
Staff recommends approval.
Okay, thank you. I second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Yeah, I think just one comment prior to moving on to the next item. I do think that we do need to keep an eye on making sure that we get back to structural balance of the budget over the coming months. I think that's going to be the big thing. We've staved off major disaster, I think, so far, but I think the trajectories of those lines are still facing us and we're going to have to keep working on this. So, but that's why we're developing the budget in the next couple of months. Thank you. All right. With that, we'll move on to the next item. Item 9B, next steps with Arenda report. Discussion item only, no action will be taken tonight. Superintendent Baird, Associate Superintendent Bauer presenting.
Thank you. So tonight, as I bring this up, here to present some of our reflection and planning on next steps for Arenda. We just finished a day and a half of training with them. Very, very amazing training and feeling like we're really going in a great direction. So just some background for us to remember, as we're facing budget reductions, stagnant state test scores, which have been going on for quite a while, and large achievement gaps. And we've been working hard and we've been trying a lot of things, putting things in place, but we're not getting the results that we want. And so after the competitive process, we contracted with Arenda Education to answer the core questions about what is our current student success profile, what systems best explain that profile, and what changes would most accelerate student learning. They conducted the study. They identified 4 root causes: symbolic data systems, weak program design, Christmas tree effect, and weak system alignment. They made comprehensive recommendations, and implementing all of these recommendations is necessary for us to improve outcomes for students and start to close these achievement gaps that continue to widen. The implementation is going to take a sustained effort and focused commitment, and it's going to take us not just 1 year or 2 years, it's going to take several years. We've been working since January to reflect on and analyze the results of the study, and Arenda will support us as well with defining our efforts and building out our action plans, some of which we started talking about in the last day and a half. Some of the efforts are short-term. Some will be begun to be implemented starting now. We're already starting to plan for next year, thinking about next year, thinking about what we can do this spring. And others are going to be longer term and will be contained within our new strategic plan, which will be rooted in Arenda's research. So this is just a potential implementation roadmap to just kind of show that we're going to start planning now, but all of our efforts are going to be and need to be implemented and sustained, and it's going to take time. And we're looking at a period of multiple years for us to do this and do this very well. And this kind of shows how we're looking at this in terms of we have the rest of this year, then we are going into the 3rd year of a 3-year LCAP cycle, which we have talked to the county about whether there's a possibility of making wholesale changes to our LCAP, which it's really not. So we can make some changes to our LCAP, but we'll make wholesale changes to our LCAP to reflect our work starting with the new 3-year cycle, which will start in 27-28. But I think this is just, again, showing that this is going to be a sustained and long-term effort. So some current work and just thinking about this as a roadmap. So this is our thoughts about just placing Arenda's recommendations on a timeline. And it's going to take time and commitment, as I'm going to keep repeating that, time and commitment. We're going to continue to support students' academic needs. And as we are learning, we're also going to be updating. So for example, students are going to continue to need intervention and support. But one of the things we're thinking about is looking at our intervention teachers. Right now, it's a pull-out model. So students are pulled out of core. Some kids are getting RTI, some kids are getting reading intervention. but it's a separate time. What we're looking at next year is how do we push the reading intervention teachers into core ELA time so that there's 2 adults in the classroom for at least part of that time, so that we're doing 2 groups. Teachers can pull small groups of kids during that time to support. So we're not separating, we're pushing into core. That actually will free up some time in our schedule.
Right, and key in there, in line with the recommendations, we're not removing children from core
Right.
instructional time.
Exactly. I think the other piece to this is when we talk about full implementation by 2032, 33, doesn't mean that we won't have implemented everything. I think what we're looking for is implementing, revising, implementing, revising, and then getting to a point where this is the core of our work. This is how we function and we maintain as we move forward. So just looking at some of the data, this was just the our kind of estimation about how long it's going to take to get really good at these things. So for example, with teacher teams creating an assessment matrix, that's going to be work that starts next year with our teachers in language arts. But they're going to do it. It's going to take most of the year to get this done well. And then you're going to be really ready to have it go in 27, 28. And then you're going to be able to look at your work, refine it, and you're going to look at it again for 28, 29, and so on and so forth. So it's work that continues, work that moves. It's work that's happening, but it gets better and better over time.
And because that, I think it's important to recognize that, as Kathy was saying, that 4-year span doesn't mean it's going to take 4 years to get to.
Right.
Nor the fact that it doesn't appear in 31, 32, or 33 indicate that it's going to be dropped and not in existence any longer, right? This is that idea of planning, implementation, and maintenance, right? We haven't gotten that deep into this yet, right? But we anticipate, and you're familiar with strategic plans, and you've seen that, right? That there are those 3 stages typically that you're working through with the implementation of any initiative. And you're very familiar with the recommendations given. You know they are robust, and that there is a great deal to them, and work that's going to have to be done concurrently as we go through this, right? And we're talking about multiple content areas too, right? Kathy just talked about language arts. We know we have mathematics as well, right?
So this is just looking at a tentative timeline for program design, which is area 2. This is really the heart of a lot of the work that needs to be done is in program area 2, and highlighting that developing that set of grade level essential standards that are going to drive instruction. Teachers are going to start working on that next year, but they may teach those standards and assess and realize that they may have to tweak those, right? So that's kind of where you're seeing that moving out over time as we go. The equity in middle school math placement, that's going to start now. We do not want to see what we saw in the Renda report with kids on that bubble not getting placed in advanced tracks. So we have a plan to work with our middle schools and our elementary schools to make sure that doesn't happen starting now. But we also are working with our math committee, and we're talking about what does middle school math look like? What is our placement criteria? What does our assessment criteria look like? What programs are we going to add in elementary school to ensure that students who really want to take advanced math have those opportunities? And then you add the Renda work in math, which will start, which should all working together is going to ensure that there is more equity in our math placement. Area 3 is the Christmas tree effect. So really looking at how do we protect core time? How do we make sure that not everything is interfering, that there actually are blocks of time for teachers to teach and be consistent. And you can see here looking at 26, 27, starting to look at how do we fix that middle school schedule. And then area 4 is system alignment. Here's where we see the strategic plan. Here's where we're going to begin work. We heard about how there's inefficiencies and overlap. of responsibilities. So reorganizing at the district level roles and responsibilities, especially in light of positions that have been eliminated. And then the key piece here is really making sure our site administrators have a lot of professional development and are ready to move into the new year. Yeah. So just let's look at program 2 a little bit more in depth. Again, as I mentioned, area 2 is where the meat of the work is and where we have to focus, and where we're going to see the most change over time is with our core instruction. So we want to make sure that our teachers have that time and space to work on these standards and the assessment matrix, because doing this well will allow us to focus on all the other levels of the pyramid. But that core instruction has to be the first priority. And then we can work on, and I think to the other piece, other things will be happening too, but that's got to be our main focus with our teachers. And I think there was a question about how are we going to support this so it happens. I think thinking about how do we use our professional development days, that's really going to be a focus so that the teachers have the time and space to learn and to plan. So work that's happening now. So develop our implementation plan. Who's going to be our team? Developing that team that is going to develop the implementation. Work on the beginnings or have a map for our strategic plan. We're looking at revising our site plans. We're going to do some revisions to the LCAP with full revisions done for 27-28. We're continuing our work with math to identify new materials and look at our assessments, our pathways. And again, as I mentioned, making sure that all eligible students are considered for accelerated math, whether they got a 4 on CAS, whether they got a 527 on iReady, whether they got both or whether they're right on the bubble. And again, more things will happen as we continue to have conversations with the RENDA. So then in 26-27, these are things we know we're going to do. We're going to convene a committee to recommend a new middle school schedule, hopefully for implementation in 27-28. Again, that support around math. Looking at trying out these different models for intervention, RTI, designated ELD. And I say here, this is one thing I can say, we originally thought, oh, well, maybe we'll just try this at Castro because that's our highest need school. But as we've been learning and thinking, we can do this at more schools. And that came out of some of our learnings from today. And then we're going to
Let's interject there. I think most important there is that we have commitment to whatever, and our teachers are going to be deeply involved in this work. But whatever we establish as the floor, pick a grade, for third graders in this school district, right? Floor is the minimum, right? We need to lift the ceiling as well. But whatever we identify as the floor needs to be the floor for students at Therkoff, at Imai, at Castro, at Landals, at every school, right? We cannot have varying floors. And once we establish what that floor is, the minimum expectation, we need to provide the resources to varying degrees for students who need support, additional support in reaching that floor, right? And that's where budget decisions are going to come in as we establish this and where we dedicate resources to make sure we're supporting every student so they can get to that place.
And I think additional work is just looking at schedules and how do we adjust those schedules for those blocks of time. So again, this is our initial thinking, right? Some of our thinking is already starting to spin after the time that we spent with Arenda today. We're going to meet again with them in April, and we're bringing in a larger group. Our principals are going to be a part of that training in April. But this is going to really inform and provide the structure for us to improve outcomes for students. And this is all students. We saw some very, very impressive data from a school that Arenda has been working with, who for a long time, in a district that, or a school that has really made the commitment to implementing their recommendations consistently and over time. And their SED students are outperforming their non-SED students. It was pretty amazing. So we know that having them work with us is going to be so important to closing those gaps because we don't want them to continue to expand. So
I think I know I keep putting in this plug, but I'm going to say it again. Our biggest challenge in this work is to, over time, not become distracted by other initiatives, other interesting things. Once we get this in place, it's going to be fantastic for every student in the school district. We're not going to close the gap in a year. We're not going to close it in 2 years, but we're going to have a plan to close it in a certain number of years and make measured progress every single year until it doesn't matter where you are in our district. The expectation for achievement and the results in that achievement will be the same.
I think that was a great way to end.
All right, thank you. Do I have any questions from trustees? Trustee Conley?
Thank you. Thank you very much for the presentation. And I know staff has been doing a lot of work to try and figure out how to leverage the report. I think well, comments are later. One concern I have is that we're looking at a 7-year strategic plan. Superintendent Bear, are you committing to stay for 7 years? Because I'm worried about if there's a change in superintendent, which there might be. How does that work? How is that sustained?
Yeah, so I checked with my wife. I can guarantee there'll be a change in 7 years. That's why this is so important that it become part of who this district is, right? It's why we need to have our principals involved as head teachers, right? As leaders, we need to have every teacher involved in the creation of this so that, and as soon as we begin seeing these results, it is going to become addictive because we're going to see that this is how we're going to achieve this. And it needs to become part of who we are and what we do. It needs to be not Orenda's thing. It needs to be Mountain View Wisman School District's thing. And then it's not going to matter who's in this seat or who's in that seat or any of those seats, right? Or these. This is about who we are and what we do, right? And how we ensure success of kids in the school district, right? And that is why, with dedicated effort and continuing to come back to it, creating ownership with our staffs and our schools, that's how it becomes part of that ownership, right? Because then a new teacher comes in and it's very clear who we are, what we do, how we approach this, right? New curriculum gets adopted, it's not going to matter because we have the backbone of what the standards are and we lay curriculum on top of what the expected outcomes for our kids are. And it's not about what curriculum we're teaching, right?
And so kind of tied to that, I mean, to me, this really speaks to a strategic planning process. This, to a certain extent, the Orenda work right now is very internal. It's very inwardly focused. And I think about the years that went into the Castro plan, the community engagement, and then how that community engagement disappeared. And we never want to be doing things to students. We want to be doing things with students and families. And so I'm curious if you can speak to what the community engagement, parent involvement, student involvement process will be for the strategic plan itself and how you see weaving these together.
Absolutely. So what I see is that we have made an investment as a district into getting an analysis of our program, right, with Orenda. And they've given us some very clear direction, right, and some very clear critical feedback about where our shortcomings are and where we're not doing well enough for a certain segment of our population. We have what Kathy just ran through, right? We have the bones of this. I think what's going to be important and we're going through an RFP process right now, right, for strategic planning partners. But one of our expectations as we have narrowed the field is we need to use what we know already as the backbone, right? As the bones of the strategic plan and build a beginning of it. And instead of going out with kind of a blank slate to our community, going out with this idea of here's what we believe our work is. Can we get some more reaction to it? What are we missing? What needs to be added? Where are the gaps? What do we as a community believe needs to be included in this or added to this, right? One of the things that we're very focused on as well is this isn't just establishing a floor, right? We need to lift the ceiling higher as well for all of our students, right? We need to focus on each of them, right? Because already saw an email from a community member about, worry about lowering expectations in order to have our struggling students more easily reach that mark. And that's not what this is about at all, right? It's about what we have to do to support all students to achieve. So it's just the idea about, in short, not going out with kind of a blank slate, but going out with the bones of a plan and getting reaction to it.
Thank you. That's that's a very helpful clarification. And then my last question is with the math placement and so students have already listed their elective preferences for next year. I know middle school scheduling, that master planning process is going to start soon, I believe. So is it possible that the board could get a report or update this spring on the actual numbers and the data and the race and ethnicity and other unduplicated categories that would let us know what we've changed this year?
We can give you some preliminary data, but a lot of that middle school placement and math goes on in the summer because we don't have CASP scores.
So it might be, okay, so maybe we can just get a preliminary look this spring, even if it's in a written report, but possibly in the fall, we get a concrete update on what happened over the summer, because I think it was concerning to all of us. It was a red flag and we want to see a change. And I know staff is working on that. So we would love to have that.
Trustee Lambert?
Yeah, sort of along the lines of what Trustee Conley was speaking about. This is a long program and trustees will come and go, superintendents, staff, and teachers will come and go. Are you thinking about retaining Orenda to help advise the school district through these multiple years? You mentioned something about an RFQ going out to.
So we have an RFP out for the strategic planning work, right? And I want to show you we're budget conscious on that as well. But I mean, you raise a good point, right? The work Orenda has been doing has been in place since the late 90s. They have outstanding track record. We're evaluating how we might use them to assist us in our implementation, right? Because if we are capable of it, but I think in one of the in the piece I had you read, right, the idea of the 1 degree, right? We don't want to be a degree off in the implementation, and by the time we get 3 years out, all of a sudden we're too far off course, right? So using them somehow as a coach, consultant, I'm not sure what level of involvement yet, but I think it would be invaluable to be able to continue to use them to guide our work. So yes, I'll bring it back. And this is actually an example, I would say, that if we're going to get block grant money, right, that's out there, who knows if that's going to materialize, but that's one-time money, and we're talking about one-time use here, right? So it might be for a year or two commitment, but this work is going to be so integral to what we're doing. I would recommend that this would be a logical use for that, right? For one-time money.
It seems pretty important to, at least establish some kind of dimension of continuity throughout this very long program. Um, yeah, I have some comments later.
I think my colleagues made me worry about a whole bunch of other continuity things for the long term, but this will be like, I think the other angle that I was keying on, which is, coming from the previous item, you say we need sustained focus, dedicated funding. Our reserves in 2030, 2031 are at 3% at that point. Do we see future budget reductions affecting this? And like, have we prioritized like how we focus the things that are like, we can't lose these versus we would, in hard times, we would jettison perhaps?
Yeah, so I would say whatever work we do is going to be core to our program. The work we're doing is going to be central to every classroom in the district, right? So that's going to be, we're already invested there, right? We are invested in teachers and site principals. So that's the most important for this effort. I think part of what the systems analysis, the report, the recommendations that we got from Arenda also brought forward were misalignment, right? Like, what things do we have in place now that we are spending ongoing funds on that are not adding to the student outcomes, right? And that's going to be all part of what we do and what we have to do in the work ahead. So I would anticipate that we're going to bring back in the future some recommendations for perhaps other investments that we've had and programs that we have in place that we no longer want to put money there, but maybe a portion of that money we want to put in this other place, right? Because it's directly aligned to student outcomes. So, yeah.
Thank you. Vice President Henry.
Thank you. Just as we're having the conversation, I'm thinking about what some of this means to me. A question that came to mind is there a potential opportunity in this process to connect with the high school district on when we're thinking about a floor, what floor do we get to in 8th grade that makes it so that every single kid in our district has the opportunity to take whatever they want to take in our high schools?
Yep, I think the floor is that our kids are going to leave here in 8th grade on grade level. They're going to meet or exceed standards, all of our kids. And if they all leave here meeting standards, no matter what, then they're going to be ready for A to G when they get to high school. And I think that's what we want, is them going in on grade level in whatever course they take, right? And I think the high school will be very happy with that.
I think that's one of the advantages we have to working with Orenda is that they have deep K-12 experience, right? Unified experience. So they understand that preparation for A to G requirements, and that will be useful to us as well. Of course, we'll talk to the high school. Of course, we'll understand what they want in terms of preparation. But establishing that 8th grade floor and mapping back is really key.
All right, seeing no further questions, I'll now open for public comment. Anyone in person wishing to speak on this item, please turn in a speaker card. Anyone online, please use the raise hand function. One speaker card in person and one person online, so each will get 3 minutes. I'll start with in person. Mr. Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. President. Next steps. Are we going to, what I saw, I think the very first thing I sent you guys Saturday is this looks like it's slow stepping. It looks like we have change that's needed for students currently in elementary school. And they're talking about, well, maybe in 5 or 6 years, we'll have finished going through this process. It isn't clear from that thing that there is a dark area right at the very beginning when some things need to be changing right away, because otherwise these students will be graduating out of 8th grade. Kick the can down the road. Yeah, that's what happens if you say this process is going to take 5 or 6 years. You need to start the process right now, high speed. And the issue about continuous improvement works if you have good management. So students need the fixes now, particularly the middle school math tracking, discrimination. It's not a 5-year, but a 5-month, ready for the next school year process. Eliminate the very bad biased appeals process. Keep the CAASPP. Adjust for a fixed test instead of from iReady, maybe the interim one. But you can certainly have the 6th and 7th grade math teachers who are the specialists in math in 6th and 7th grade decide which blocks of those standard fixed tests are going to be used. Replace the subjective appeal with class grades. We're not using class grades as one of the 3 criteria. Look at what the class grades are. Look at what the GPAs are. Don't depend so much on peers coming and appealing, because let me show you. Here's what the pages show. I take this to a jury and I say, this district has been causing harm for students. They need to have tutoring to make this up. It has to be paid for the district. You're putting yourself in legal peril by continuing this system that was set up and hasn't been monitored. So you can see, this is from the Arinda report. The appeals process is inherently the way it's operated. Apparently, it's not been monitored, but it's apparently discriminatory. That is going to cost you money, I can tell you, because I'm going to support the taking this to court, and either it'll be a bench trial like the LA Unified one was, or it'll go through a jury who will look at this kind of data and make a decision of whether you need to.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Ms. Liu. You have 3 minutes.
Hello, thank you for this report. I think I just wanted to say that I'm excited, with the idea of raising the floor and raising the ceiling, creating high expectation for our kids and getting them there. I'm also hoping that the district invest more on our teachers and providing them the support they need in terms of like professional development trainings. I know in the past it was really hard, especially post-COVID, because of sub issues. So if we can resolve the sub issues and get that done, and that way the teacher can take time off and do professional training, improve their craft, and then help their students.
We lost you, but please, you can send your comments and email to me. We'll ensure you will read them. Thank you. Now I'll bring it back to the board for discussion. Trustee Lambert.
I just wrote down a couple of comments right now. So I was at a meeting last night, and there were, I think people were excited about the plan, but were a lot of concerns about implementation. And I thought that one of a good solution to the problem was it was a long-term plan, but to make sure that early on there were some wins and very measurable wins for everyone, okay? And the idea is that that was shown, then the whole community could get on board with this, this long-term program. So I encourage you, as you're thinking about developing things, to how to do that, right? So everybody shares the excitement you're sharing. I was going to say, I feel excited too, but I'm not quite too sure what, but I see you smiling over there. And that helps. If you do want to comment on that, you go ahead. I have one more comment.
Yeah, I'd be happy to. First, just to the, any comment on that? To the comment from the audience, I think we said we are going to address the inequity. So maybe I just need to restate that's going to happen this year and into next year for placement. With regard to quick wins, yes, and I want to be cautious that quick fixes are not what is going to turn this school district's performance for every student around. It's going to take long, hard, sustained effort, including our teachers and principals every step of the way, so that this becomes what we do as a school district for every student, whether they're at Montaloma, Mistral, Stevenson, Castro, doesn't matter. We have to put in the long effort for every single student to be successful. So we will look for quick wins, but this has been a problem for a while. And I know we've tried, I know our district has tried so hard over many years to do that. This is different work, right? It's very different work, and it's core to what we do. And it's aligning every resource we have to these student outcomes, right? So I know you know that, but I just want to set the stage. Yes, we'll look for them, but we will achieve it. It's just not going to be tomorrow.
Completely understood. You put it well, and maybe wins aren't the way to do it, but whatever it is has meaningful and progress, right? Something, and acknowledging that improving educational outcome for kids is a lot different than planting another tree somewhere. The other thing a comment I have is about sort of the long-term aspect of this program and how it's going to be communicated, to the community. Teachers, I think you have that under control, but also the community, including the children as well, and to the board. I think it's really important that at the end of the day, right, the board is responsible for what goes on in the district. So we need to be, not only receive reports on occasionally, but which is, happens in a board meeting, not much opportunity for comment or discussion, but then have other opportunities where we can sort of critically assess what has been going on, understand what is going on, so we can better able to communicate to the public and really for our knowledge base. And how that plays out, and I can see it with the parents at different schools and things like that, but that needs to be an important aspect. We lost that somewhere in the past several years. Like, too much was done behind closed doors, didn't come forward to the full board, maybe some of the board, and that created a lot of issues.
Agreed.
Okay.
Yep.
Trustee Conley.
Yeah, so I agree very much with a lot of the things that Trustee Lambert was talking about. I think this is long-term sustained change, but it takes community buy-in internally and externally. And so part of, I absolutely agree. Part of what we need to do is I see staff excitement. It is so refreshing and nice to see staff excited about work in the district, right? Because it's been a rough couple of years. And so how do we make sure that not just our teachers and our staff and our principals and everybody else kind of internally understands and feels that excitement and is invested in the work, but our community is invested in the work as well. And I think it's very challenging because for parents, you know, a lot of my perspective as a parent is what is going on for my child specifically? What does this mean for my child? Why is this important for my child right now? What if my child isn't part of one of these subgroups that we're closing gaps for? What if they are part of one of these groups that we're trying to close gaps for? What does this mean and how does it work? And so that's where I see the strategic planning process being that key opportunity to engage the community. I've been through I've been through one strategic planning process and I've been through a master facilities planning process. And at the end of the day, when I saw change in board trustees as well, I could sit on the dais and I could say, look, this isn't my strategic plan. This came from our community. This isn't my master facilities plan. I didn't sit down and dictate everything that needs to be done at every single school site. This came through a community process. And I'm not going to sit up here and tell the community, I don't care about what you did. I don't care about what's in your master facilities plan. I don't care about what's in your strategic plan. Um, and disregard it for a pet project or a personal initiative. Um, it, and so it's so important that this is really becomes a broader community-driven thing because I think that's what builds that stability as trustees change, as superintendents change, as staff changes, um, is that it has that real community base. And so a suggestion to go along with that, as Trustee Lambert was talking, I was thinking, what if there was a state of the schools address every year that talked about our progress on this work and where we are? So it wasn't a board meeting piece. It was a broader look. It's like taking the strategic plan update, but making it a community engagement event instead of it just being a board report. A state of the schools, and here's where we're working on closing the gaps. Here's how we've been trying. I'll stop there. Thank you.
Say one more thing too. I really appreciated one of the comments that came across email. Okay, it wasn't the most pleasant email to read, but the comment was made that we should maybe we need to be careful with the language you use in order to get everybody on board. We talked a lot about closing the achievement gap. That's certainly important, but it doesn't convey that we need to sort of raise the level of success for everyone. So, you know, what is that language and starting out with sort of deeply thinking about these things so we all can have a common communication language that is inspiring.
Right, and I think that is why, I mean, since we began the process and since we've been talking about strategic planning, recognizing full well it needs to be about both the floor and the ceiling, right? Because this has to be meaningful for every family in this school district, right? Yes, we have to close the achievement gap, right? And we have to close the achievement gap by elevating, not diminishing expectations. But this has to be about every child in this school district, right? So, and I agreed, I mean, yes, I agreed with the premise of the email, and I was actually very pleased that we have already been talking about that and considering it prior to receiving that.
Trustee Reed.
Very similar comment going through my head, where my thought was, yes, we have a lot of conversation about raising the floor, but it's never been exclusive of higher achieving students. It's raising the floor for everybody, but also meaning we're raising expectations for all students. Yes, the floor is being raised, but it's really all about, we want the highest expectation placed on every student, which would then increase everyone's performance and increase achievement for all. And that's known where the adult expectations around children, if they are high, will increase achievement for all, regardless of where their start point is. And actually, as I was writing that down, I noticed some scrolling over here, and then I see it on my fellow trustees monitor over here, where the same part of the Arenda report that showed not all of the adults that we have that expectation, that high expectation of all of our students. And that goes to the comment made from the superintendent earlier about that backwards mapping. Where do we want them to be at the beginning of 9th grade is really where we should start, and then go backwards from there all the way to TK to show, yes, all of our learners are ready when they hit 9th grade to be at that level to start their A through G. There's a lot that the high schools put in place, particularly for students who are potentially first gen going into university, and they have programs like AVID that really help bolster with experience and extra activities. But we should also be looking at what kind of enrichment opportunities are we providing our students. They spend so much time with us. We do have all these programs running. We are spending all this money on time with the students. It's just not all aligned. So I think a lot of the work is budget wise, not what can we add to this. We've added everything we can add. It's just, okay, maybe we need to remove some things and go back to basics, and then slowly discover, oh, okay, maybe we do need a little bit more in this area. But adding things back versus continuing the path that we're continuing on, because we have implemented every crutch and Band-Aid there is out there, and it's not reaching the levels that we want them to reach. So we have to try a new approach.
President Henry.
Thank you. Thank you for all the work that's gone into this so far and that you're continuing to do. Like one of the things that horrified me the most in the Arenda slides was that disconnect between the staff survey on how many students you believe can successfully graduate CSU eligible, and how many, and the question of how many parents, guardians want their child to attend a university upon graduation versus the number of parents who actually want that for their children. And this is our opportunity by setting that floor of being ready for A to G, that we prove that we as a district believe that too, that all of them can do it. And it's going to be really important to have every adult in this district buy into this in order to make this work. And so some people might have to think about that a little bit out there. But I think that is like a bottom line thing for me of how that all works together. I also appreciate talking about raising the ceiling, and that I just want to name that raised ceiling applies to every single kid, right? There are kids in every single demographic who are capable of going beyond any expectations we have, of taking whatever math class they want to take in high school if they get the right process along the way, which is why I just wanted to highlight that I appreciate it on slide 12, where you're talking about the math placement. There's the right now, fix it for next year, but also you talked about that backcasting element of what does it take to make sure that our elementary school standards are there so that every kid can, no matter what supports they have at home, no matter what extra things they do that their parents can pay for, that those kids are all ready for it and to be successful in our middle schools. And that our middle schools are really teaching that curriculum in the classroom, not assuming that anybody's going to get supplementation to understand it. So I appreciated that was part of what you said for slide 12.
Trustee Reed.
I also wanted to speak to the long-term commitment here, because part of this is also very intentional with future hiring. Do you have this high expectation of all students? And do you have the ability to get students there? There's a big difference in hiring content experts who are really knowledgeable about their content, but may not know how to get students to achieve or to get and retain that content. Whereas if the hiring is intentional of somebody who could teach any type of subject and get kids to retain that information. And that's a whole different way of thinking about the future going forward. And I think that's part of why this isn't going to be a quick fix of things are going to improve. We're going to see numbers next year and it's going to be fantastic because I'm in education. I know there are some teachers out there who are, this is the way I've been doing it for 30 years, and this is what I'm going to do. And it doesn't matter to me what initiative or what data you present to me. This is what I'm going to do. And so it's a matter of figuring out how we're shifting things and how we're hiring for the future and how we have that high level of expectation for every new hire so that when we even probe ones and probe twos and temps, when we're choosing to put people full-time, that we're really forward looking to how are they really going to affect the achievement of all students this year and in the however many years they spend with our district.
I'll just make a quick comment on that. At this moment in time, I will say that every single hire going forward in this district is mission critical, right? No matter the role, because I have to be in that 63%, right? Because that number needs to grow.
Mr. Conley?
Do you want to comment or so? Okay. I, I also, this all ties back into the budget discussions that we've had. Anticipate President DeFazio will talk about this as well. But, there's a real tension and friction between being really excited about this planning process and then having to balance the budget and choose and prioritize different programs to continue and staffing, right? And those are not easy decisions. We've been through one round of that this year. We anticipate there may be more rounds in the future. And so I think it's very important as we pursue this work, like Arenda didn't look at the preschool programs or our dual immersion program or necessarily ELAP, right? Like, so how do we actually evaluate some of these pieces in the Christmas tree and figure out which pieces of the Christmas tree to keep and make those hard choices in the future? STEAM, middle school schedules, all of these things, PE, those things that came up, how do we actually make decisions about that? And I would be remiss, it appears that at our last meeting, I inadvertently implied that our staff could not do linear statistical regressions and our linear statistical analysis. And when I think about social science research and education research, which I got to work in for 5 years, I think about there is very limited utility to a linear regression model in those settings. Most of the research that's out there that's being done is multivariate regression analysis in some format, which is very different from what high school students are learning. And I did not, I had not anticipated that interpretation, but it became clear from an email that we received that that was the interpretation. I had the privilege of taking statistics in grad school from Sean Reardon, who a frequent commenter at our board points to his research quite often from Stanford. And I know enough about multivariate analysis to know that I don't know everything and how complex it is, but it's why it's so hard to do research on education in general and social sciences and social policy. So I just wanted to apologize to staff for that as well.
Quick comment tying Trustee Conley and Trustee Reed a comment together there. And how are we going to figure out what to keep and what goes, right? So this idea that you had mentioned earlier, Anna, about Band-Aids and crutches and kind of quick fixes, right? Those were all attached to a foundational system that was not optimal, right? That wasn't functioning at its highest level, right? So once we get that a better semblance of that in place, I think we're going to be in a much better place to make informed decisions about which of those Band-Aids and crutches we actually need, right? Because right now we don't, we want the absolute best core instructional program, on earth. I can be utopic. And once we have that, then we will know what it is we actually need to support students to achieve the floor, right? So it's not clean like that. It's not exact like that. But once we have that in place, we're going to have a much, much better idea. And our teachers are going to have a much better idea about what supports they need to assist those students who are having that difficulty reaching that floor of whatever grade level it is.
Yeah, and the benefit of having gone last, I think everyone said everything I was going to say. So um, I'll primarily just hit the important things that are still top of mind for me, right? I think many folks have talked about the outcome milestones. Like I've gone through, we're starting from the long-term expectation that every student is going to be at or above grade level after they exit our district, right? Like that's the floor for what that's the base expectation, and how far they can go beyond that, we will push them to see. And I think going back from that, the initial kind of how do we know this is working along the way, I think are the milestones and check-ins that we want to have to be able to make sure we're making progress towards that. I think some of that's going to come out of the strategic plan that we're building. Some of it's going to come out of the immediate term things we're doing, right? Like checking in on the math placement, right? That is an easy thing to figure out. Did we fix it and is it working? And we'll be able to see that. The other thing, as you noted, this is very much tied to our budgeting process as well. So like seeing some way in the future budget discussions as we start developing it, how the choices we're making there for where to spend our money are mapping to the changes we want to see in doing that. I think will help us build confidence that this is going in the right direction, that we're actually doing the things we want to. I think those are the two major things. I think I'm really excited to set the bar high or set the floor high and see how high they can jump. All right. Close that out then if anyone has any further discussion. I'll entertain a motion for extending the meeting. I'll remind trustees that we probably will only get one bite at this apple, so.
Last time you were looking for an estimate and I didn't give it to you. This time I will, 15 minutes.
I move to extend the meeting till 10:15.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Should we move on to item 9C? Resolution in support of recognizing Women's History Month. Superintendent Bear.
This was tabled to this meeting from last, as you recall. March is Women's History Month, and it's a celebration of women's contribution to history, culture, society, and I think it's important that we as a district also recognize those contributions of women of every race, class, background that they've made in our community, and that we honor them this month and far into the future, right? It makes me think of the recent recognition of Rose Filicetti on her passing, right? Who's a fantastic example locally of someone who fits this bill.
Do we have any questions from trustees? We'll now open the floor for public comment on this item. Any member of the public wishing to speak on it, turn in a speaker card. Anyone online, please use the raise hand function. We'll wait to see how many speakers we have. Seeing none in person and no one online, we'll now move to discussion and possible action. And after action, I will suggest we do a choral reading of the resolution. Do you have a motion?
I had a comment before
Oh, go ahead.
the motion. I think, you know, for everyone who's been following the news, what we've been reading about Dolores Huerta and other women within the Farm Workers USA movement is very much tied to what we're talking about tonight. I know it's a heavy time for a lot of people, and I want to recognize that, and for survivors especially.
I move that the board approve resolution number 01030526, a resolution in support of recognizing Women's History Month.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
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 All opposed? The motion passes unanimously. I think I started with Trustee Lambert last time, so I'll randomize this in the future, but I'll start with Trustee Conley.
Whereas members of the Mountain View Wisman School District Board of Education are honored to join communities across the country and recognize March 1st, 2026 as the start of Women's History Month, and
Whereas women of every race, class, and ethnic background have made significant and historic contributions to the growth and strength of our society in countless recorded and unrecorded ways, and
Whereas the full participation of women is a foundational tenet of democracy. Women, often women of color, have been on the front lines fighting for and securing equal rights and opportunity throughout our country's history as abolitionists, civil rights leaders, suffragists, and labor activities, and
Whereas, as community leaders, educators, doctors, scientists, childcare providers, and more, women power our economy and lead our nation. As first responders and service members, they stand watch over our lives and liberties. As innovators, entrepreneurs, and essential workers in every industry, they represent the very best of us. And
Whereas despite these contributions, the role of women in history has been consistently overlooked and undervalued in the literature, teaching, labor, business, and in study of history. And
whereas despite significant progress, women and girls continue to face systemic barriers to full and equal participation in our economy and society, due at least in part to the disparities that persist in economic security, healthcare, and caregiving responsibilities, especially for women and girls of color, and
whereas additional education is needed to increase the knowledge of all citizens relative to the contributions of women and opportunities for girls and women to develop their leadership skills and to eliminate bias in education and the workforce, and
whereas during Women's History Month, we celebrate the countless women who have fought tirelessly and courageously for equality, justice, and opportunity on behalf of all women. We also reaffirm our commitment to advancing rights and opportunities for women and girls in Mountain View and around the world.
therefore, be it further resolved that the Mountain View Wisman School District Board of Trustees adopts resolution number 01-030526 to encourage the celebration of Women's History Month in the schools of the district with relevant activities and to acknowledge the significance of Women's History Month now and always. We move on to discussion and action item 9D, board policies first reading. This is a discussion item only and no action will be taken tonight. I'll ask new chair of the policy committee, Vice President Henry, present.
Thank you. So I guess I could have given that update in the committee updates at the board committee meeting last week. We had decided at the February meeting that we would rotate the chair position. So at last week's meeting, I was elected as the new committee chair of our two-person committee. So the most recent, do you have my slides? Okay. And I apologize to my fellow board members. All of the actual updates were in the agenda, but since we just met last week, I did not have my slides ready. I will be better next time. And we also have a little bit more time in between the next policy committee meeting. And but they are uploaded now, but they were not there earlier, and I apologize for that. So the most recent CSBA packet was released in February. We worked through about half of the February updates at last week's meeting. And we'll continue to work through additional updates from that packet and things that are kind of continuing to roll forward from previous agendas at our April meeting. And then the next set of updates will be released in May. So we're doing a first reading tonight. You've had the opportunity to look at the proposed policies and changes. And well, actually, they'll have an opportunity for feedback tonight and then be able to be for a second reading on the next agenda coming up in April. So the current batch we have just for tonight, we just have 6 policies before us, 2 that are new to this district, and 4 all in the students area. We have, I think maybe 4 or 5 from the February packet and other things from the board bylaws section that will be looked at the April policy committee meeting. So policy 441, artificial intelligence. This one is new for MVWSD. It is an optional CSBA policy that was originally released as part of the June 2025 policy update packet in connection with CSBA's AI task force. We reviewed it in the fall and then kind of pushed it back to the staff to look at it again and just to come back with an idea of what kind of next steps would be. So this policy is just a foundation to navigate the fast evolving development of AI with a focus on responsible, equitable, and transparent use. Staff, should be a separate presentation at some point, is working on additional recommendations related to AI that will come to the board in the future, either through the tech study session or other opportunities. Next, policy 450 is a comprehensive safety plan. This policy is new to our district. It reflects ed code requirements for required comprehensive school safety plans. The district has been complying with the ed code requirements. We just haven't had this written policy, but we got to a point where we were seeing cross references in other policies to this policy and suggested it as something that we brought to the policy committee and now bring to you as a recommended policy to adopt. One choice that is made in this in the CSBA sample that we recommend is to include this tactical response plan section where Ed Code 32281 allows the board to elect to have the district rather than the school site council, which otherwise develops the comprehensive school safety plans, but to have the district rather than the school site council develop just those portions of the safety plan that include tactical responses to criminal incidents that may result in death or serious bodily injury. So rather than having those kind of be part of the public site plan process, the Ed Code allows this option from the board. And again, this district hasn't previously adopted this policy, but has followed the Ed Code requirements, and we recommend adopting it to document the policy. And again, this is a BP that's cross-referenced in other policies. So then a few that are in the student section, the 5000s, policy 5020, parent rights and responsibilities. MVWSD had last updated this policy in 2007. So it was definitely due to be updated. It adds a requirement to notify families of the option to opt their children out of certain instruction that relates to Ed Code and certain recent Supreme Court cases. And then these updates that we're recommending tonight reflect CSBA recommendations through November 1st, 2025, their most recent update to this policy. Policy 5144, discipline. This MVWSD had last updated in 2015. So these revisions incorporate changes in the CSBA sample policy that was last revised March 1st, 2024. A couple of highlights, it includes Ed Code provisions regarding limitations on denying recess and prohibiting the use of seclusion and restraint as discipline. So some important updates to this policy. Policy 5144.1, suspension and expulsion due process, is part of this most recent packet. Adds that off-campus student behavior may result in discipline when it disrupts district policies and activities. There had been some references to off-campus activity in one of the other policies, but they were moved into this one to make it a broader statement. It's updated to reflect new law AB 1230 from 2025 that requires a plan for student rehabilitation in connection with any expulsion order. And then policy 5145.2, freedom of speech expression. Again, bringing the language up to date with CSBA's recommendations. MVWSD's policy was last updated 2008. It adds some language to the philosophical statement related to providing a welcoming, safe, and supportive school environment. There is a related AR that our policy committee doesn't update, but that I wanted to highlight for you, that the sample AR has been updated to include a new section, student participation in civil or political events, that talks about middle and high school students can get one excused absence with advance notice to participate in a civic or political event. So then our next policy committee meeting will be on Wednesday, April 15th at 1 p.m. Any questions on these?
Thank you, Vice President Henry. Any questions from fellow trustees? All right. I'll open public comment on this item. Any member of the public in person wishing to speak on this, please turn in a speaker card. If you are online, please use the raise hand function. Seeing no one wishing to speak on this item, I'll return for a discussion. Any discussion of the board policies first reading?
I just wanted to thank the policy committee for these very necessary updates. And it's great to have them chunked, but also the explanations, I think, make it digestible to any person who isn't well-versed in ed code or policy.
All right, thank you. We'll now move on to item 10, board updates. Would any member of the board like to provide updates since our last meeting? Trustee Conley.
Yeah, the Santa Clara County School Boards Association held its legislative brunch on Saturday. And it was pretty fantastic to hear legislators who represent Santa Clara County constituencies at multiple levels talking about the things that trustees care about in Santa Clara County. So there were County Board Supervisors Ellen Berg and Margaret Abby Koga, all the way up to congressional representatives Licardo and Kana, and then a whole bunch of assembly members and senators in between. And so a lot of the things that we're facing in terms of budget, that we're facing in terms of special education costs, that we're facing in terms of widening gaps, were topics of discussion and things that other districts across our county are really wrestling with as well. And then I also, as I mentioned earlier, have been participating in the CSBA Ledge Action Week. In between my children having a family struggling with different viruses this week. It's Tech Week for the play. Apparently that's a dangerous time for families, but yeah, good to know. But I encourage you, I'll send to all of you the talking points from the Ledge Action Week, because I think it's just good to know what CSBA is advocating around. And some of it does tie very directly to our district. Some of it is about Prop 98, which does and doesn't affect our district as much. And then before our next board meeting, not this weekend, but the last weekend of March, I'll be going to the CSBA Board of Directors meeting. So if there are any questions or issues that you want me to bring with you, please, feel free to reach out to me, and I'm happy to take those with me and try to get them answered there.
Thank you, Trustee Conley. Trustee Henry.
I'll just share that I was not at the legislative brunch because I was instead at the course 2 of Masters in Governance, trying to catch up with my colleagues. But this particular course was timely, being policy and judicial review, but then the afternoon session was on student learning and achievement. So I was lucky to have a very small group of trustees and administrators that I was learning with, and we were able to trade book recommendations and things like that. So it was well worth the time.
think a handful of us participated in the Vargas Readathon. I think we're guest readers. I think thank folks for the invite. I think it was a wonderful experience. Got to read to my kid. So
I'll just add, it was amazing to be on that campus and experience the outdoor learning improvements that have happened because I went on, that seems like 2 years ago, so I forgot to put it in my update. I went on a day that was hot and sunny with this heat wave that we've been having, and I was in the middle of what used to be that concrete box in the full sun, and it wasn't hot, and people were walking around and it wasn't, it just, the heat effect, the heat island effect there used to be so significant. And it was incredible to be on campus and get to experience that firsthand.
all right, with no further updates. Items for future agendas. Would anyone like to suggest an item for future agenda? Golly.
I think we have members from the YMCA here this evening, and that was a good reminder to me that, this is our first year with the annual expansion with ELAP and the YMCA being our provider. I think it's also, I anticipate we'll have an agenda item coming up with information about how the program has gone this year, what we're looking for next year, possibly parent feedback on their experience in the program. Is that already planned or?
A date for it, but yes, it has to come.
Oh, okay, good. All right, thank you.
All right, seeing no further future agenda items, the next regular board meeting is scheduled for April 16th, 2026, and we have additional meetings at April 30th, 2026, May 14th, May 28th. Any further business? Hearing none, having reached the end of the agenda, the meeting is adjourned at 10:05 p.m. and the next regular meeting is scheduled for April 16th.